If you go to the COTESOL website, you can see that we have a variety of special interest groups, and you can, if you click on this tab, you can get more information about our Christian Teachers Group. And we have a newsletter, which you can find on the COTESOL website. It's called Chronicles of Hope. And one of our goals for this session is that we want to come out of this with a mix of ideas that we can summarize and put into an article in the Christian Teachers newsletter. And so we hope to get lots of good ideas out of this. Our group also supports face-to-face meetings. This picture is from a 2015 meeting. We also have a Facebook group. So if you go on Facebook and search for the COTESOL Christian Teachers SIG, you can find our Facebook group. And that's a good way to keep abreast of new events, online or offline, that may be happening for Christian teachers. And then we also share resources that we find online and such things. Okay, now we thought one of the best ways to start off is to talk about what we mean by critical thinking. And I'm just going with a very simple, basic definition here. Critical thinking is the analysis of facts to form a judgment. So when we're talking about critical thinking, we're not just talking about any kind of thinking, but specifically the types of thinking that allow discernment, that allow us to decide what to believe, what ideas to accept as valid and trustworthy. It's associated with logic, with being objective. And I have a question for you. We have a handout. How many of you already have the handout?
I do.
Okay, a few of you already have the handout. A few of you need the handout. So I think we should put the handout in the chat room. And a few people have joined us, Daniel Sipes and Lim
I can upload the file if you want.
You can't find the file? Okay, I'll put it in the chat room.
Okay.
So I hope you can find the file in the chat room. This has all of the questions that we'll be discussing today. So we recommend that you download the file before we go into the chat room. Can you just give me a thumbs up if you already have downloaded the file and you're ready to go in the chat rooms? Okay, maybe a few more people need the file.
I do not see it in the chat.
You don't see it in the chat? I'll try sharing it one more time.
What device are you using, Daniel?
I am on an iPad.
I'm not sure if files show up in on Apple devices.
Okay, there are a couple of other places that you can download it. We have it on the Eventzilla site. It's under assets. So if you can find the Eventzilla site, you can download it there too. Okay, so I think we can open breakout rooms. We'll be discussing the first 3 questions. What sub-skills are involved with critical thinking? Are there any thinking skills that are not critical thinking? And then what's the relationship between critical thinking and open-mindedness?
I just put those 3 in and so that those who are still looking for the file. Okay. Or did you also do, James also did that. Okay.
Okay. Right. Let's open the rooms.
Open up the breakout rooms. So, and we'll do it randomly. We do have recording happening in the main room, but once we get into individual rooms, I'm not sure if what will happen with recording.
It will probably record the room you are in, Allison.
Yeah, I think it moves with me because I'm technically the host on here. But we just wanted you guys to know that if anything is shared privately, we will choose not to share the recording. It's just being done for now. So, okay. If you feel uncomfortable, please talk to us about that. Okay. So 2 or 3 people, right, Heidi? You wanted?
2 to 3.
Group?
We can do.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to open your rooms and I'll put a little flash of 1-minute warning towards the end. And we said we would do, what, about 15 minutes? What we said? Okay. Just so you know. Enjoy. Hi, Cheryl. MCALL-SIG, can you hear me? Your microphone is muted right now.
Ah, there we go. I think, can you hear me now?
Yeah, and it still says you haven't joined. So I don't know what these settings are.
I feel like I've joined.
Yeah, looks like you've joined too.
Dealing with family stuff and it doesn't always end at the right time.
That's okay.
I guess everybody's in breakout rooms right now.
So we just went in. So
oh, just went in. Okay.
Yeah. Cheryl, where are you from?
Well, I'm living in Seoul right now. Yeah.
Okay.
In South Korea. Yeah.
Okay. I'm in Jeonju. So.
Oh, in Jeonju. Okay.
Yeah. The Jeonju Hanok village.
That's why the background. Yeah.
Okay. Did you download the file before you came?
I didn't get here in time for a file.
Okay.
I don't see anything in the chat. So
well, with Zoom, you can't see stuff that was uploaded before you join, but let me just find, where did that go? I'll paste the questions, the first questions here, and then I'll find the file and join the group you're in and share it with you.
Well, thank you. Okay. Sorry for the hassle.
Not at all. Not at all. So I'll put you in one of the rooms, okay?
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Oh, you're muted. Heidi, you're muted.
Okay. Yeah, we started at 1:10 and it's 1:18 now, so other people should be coming back soon. And there's David Schaefer. Hello. Welcome.
Oh, hi.
So, David, did you just join us now for the first time?
Yes.
Oh, this is what I should do. I should share the handout with you. So I'm going to put the handout in the chat room right now. Do you see it, David? Or do you have it? Hi, Allison. Is your group done? Oh, you're muted.
Oh, that's weird. Okay, so when you move back in, it mutes you.
Yeah, yeah.
And no, one group, I went to 2 different groups. One has just started talking about the questions.
Oh, okay.
And the other, they first got to know each other, but
yeah, that happens in breakout rooms.
shall I give,
How much time is left? I don't have a clock.
it's 1:20 right now. So shall I give like a 2-minute warning?
Well, we gave them 8 minutes, right? So the timer should run out pretty soon.
I said 15.
15.
Because I didn't have in front of me the timing.
Oh, let's call them back.
Yeah. Well, I'll just give them a 1-minute warning.
Okay.
Okay. And I just realized that I did not set the 15 seconds to come back.
Uh-oh.
That's not something I do. I have mine all set to do that. So,
Okay.
that's okay. So in a minute, I will hit the close room button.
Okay. Well, maybe we can work ahead a little bit.
So were you
people are
three,
coming back?
Monique,
Yes?
Daniel, and Heidi, you were in a session together?
Right.
Yes.
So you just kept everyone moving along?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like to keep discussions running. Do you guys see at the top of your screen, if you're on a PC, you should have a, oh goodness, an annotate button. Or if you look under view options, if you go to the top of the screen and you see view options, then you can select annotate.
Does everyone have that option?
I do.
View options, annotate, and then if you go to text, you'll be able to write. So we've talked about sub-skills and other skills. You can write directly on this slide. We talked about sub-skills. We talked about analysis. Oh, I shouldn't write in blue. People will never be able to see that. I should change the color. Let's see, black. Black is better. So analysis would be a sub-skill. And we talked about—
I'm just going to close the rooms and other people are going to start joining us. We're in no rush. We still have 10 minutes to go on this time. So
okay, great.
give people a second to join you.
We talked about decoding and we talked about formulating. And we talked about, in the case of a cult, like the reasoning, finding reasons. That could maybe be a sub-skill, but it could be another skill, depending on the situation. So you can add your own ideas if there's anything that we've missed. Maybe sub-skills, we've got analysis, synthesis.
So for those who've just come back in from their breakout rooms, at the top of your screen, there should be a little drop-down arrow that says View Options, and then you can click on Annotate and add ideas that came from your groups.
Or if for some reason that doesn't work for you, if you pull up the chat room, we can probably check your answers in the chat room.
Or verbally
you can do it on an iPad.
If you're on an iPad and you want to do it on the chat room. Creative expression. That's a good one. In my group, we talked about how finding reasons could be one of the sub-skills of critical thinking, but then we also talked about cults and how sometimes people spend a lot of mental energy finding reasons to support ideas that are maybe kind of irrational. We talked about how decoding language or decoding other things like decoding music or decoding a map could be an other thinking skill, but sometimes having better skills in that area can also make you better at critical thinking. Active listening. Oh, not just listening, but active listening. Who wrote that? James, was that you? Can you tell us about that? Why did you put active with it and not just listening?
Well, first I want to make sure I apologize for overwriting on whatever was happening underneath there, and then trying to make it small.
Sorry, I haven't used the annotate feature very much. I can't figure it out.
And so it was one of the things that I remember learning, late middle school, early high school, and then that being able to be really engaged with the person. And so it came up, a car had shared about empathy. And so if I'm really going to be able to have sincere empathy, like I need to be listening for what the person's saying, not listening for what my response is going to be. And so just asking those questions and being fully present.
Yes. In Christian circles, sometimes we talk about charitable listening and charitable reading, which is related to the golden rule. You listen as you would want to be listened to. You read as you would want to be read. So you try to fully understand and check whether you got it correctly. And, you assume that the other person has the best of intentions. Understanding and framing point of view. Point of view is very important, isn't it? Okay. All right, so I think we've got some idea of what critical thinking is. And now, before we go on, I'm going to erase all this stuff.
Well.
Uh-oh. And because we're going on to the next slide. Okay, so the big question is, what's the relationship between critical thinking and open-mindedness? And I'm just going to stop screen share. Maybe we can talk about that. Is there a relationship? Nehemiah, I think you're saying something, but you're muted.
When you come back, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm just taking notes.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, I was talking to myself.
Oh, Cheryl is here too. Good to see you. Yes.
I have a noisy cat here, so I'm afraid I have to be mostly muted.
Okay.
That's okay.
So
But did any of your groups talk about that?
I can't remember which room I was in when I said this, but I also thought that being open-minded when you're listening, being open to different ideas, not just the ones you arrive with. Yeah, I think that's very important.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way she expressed it was, as far as we know we have a truth in Christ, yet we don't know where the other people are coming from with their background. She didn't say that part of it, but that's what I heard. And the other part was like, they have something to share and they're coming at it from something. So be open to what their story is.
Yeah. There is one truth in God, but in the things that are happening around us in the world, we may not actually know the best answers. So it's good to be open-minded.
Yeah, I really like how you've put a Christian frame on that. Some people have seen critical thinking and open-mindedness as opposites. Critical thinking is related to questioning things and keeping information out. Open-mindedness is letting ideas in. And they both can be carried to an extreme, can't they? And the extremes can be unhealthy. And people in my hometown always used to say, don't be so open-minded that your brain falls out, right? And then I think on the other side, you can see becoming critical to the point where you don't trust anything, right? And as Christians, we do believe that there is truth, right? The truth is out there. And I think when you go off in either of those extremes, you're not doing critical thinking. You're not doing the work. You don't have discernment. If you're just open to everything, you're not showing discernment. If you're blocking everything out, you're not open to discernment either. Discernment is kind of the balance, the skill. I think the psychologist Martin Seligman does a very good way of explaining it as a filter. When we talk about critical thinking and open-mindedness, we're actually talking about two sides of the same skill. The skill is being able to filter beliefs, filter information, and the critical thinking is going to keep the bad beliefs out. The open-mindedness is going to keep the good beliefs in, but they're both very, very important. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, now I think it's time for us to move on to our second breakout room discussion. This time we're going to explore identity, empathy, and cross-cultural understanding. What is the relationship between these things and critical thinking? I just wonder though, before we go into breakout rooms again, does anybody need the handout?
I did just put the second set of questions in the chat.
Oh,
and,
okay.
and there's a question in the chat from Cheryl. She says, is the connection curiosity or enchantment? I'm not sure what. Yeah.
I'm thinking between open-mindedness and critical thinking, like a space of kind of enchantment with life and curiosity with the world, and
yes.
a sense of like open-mindedness in the desire to learn about other people and their perspectives, and to understand more fully the creation that God has welcomed us to be a part of, and so that kind of enchantment with God's creation and all of life, it seems like that open-mindedness, critical thinking, it would have place for both of that.
Yeah, James, good connection with the verse. You made a comment in the chat. Okay, I think we're ready to open the breakout rooms. 8 minutes, right?
Yeah, 8 minutes.
Okay. And maybe we might need another breakout room because we have more people.
So what, shall I reorganize the rooms?
Maybe add a room?
Okay. And countdown timer is 15 seconds.
Okay, great.
Okay. Yeah, so 8 minutes, and I'll send out a message when there's about 1 minute left. See you soon.
Okay, see you soon.
Lang. Em dạ.
Oh,
Thought
Allison.
Heidi would be here ahead of us.
Okay.
Nehemiah?
Oh, how long have you been in Japan?
I'm in Korea.
Oh, Korea, in Korea. I'm sorry. I
That's
came
okay.
a little bit late.
It's Hanok Village behind me in Jeonju.
Oh, it's like Japan.
I've been here 20 years.
Okay, 20 years.
It's a fake Hanok village.
Yeah. I'm not really sitting, obviously,
Of course.
sitting in my room, but.
Okay, I hope everybody had a good discussion. Let's pool
Went
our
really
ideas
fast.
now. So actually, no, maybe I won't share the slides. We've got, well, no,
We have
maybe I
time.
will share the slides because I do break this next question down a little bit. How might identity positively affect critical thinking, and how might identity negatively affect critical thinking? This gives a little twist on what you discussed before. Remember, you need to unmute yourself before we can hear you. Did any of your groups talk about maybe some negative effect of identity on critical thinking?
I think in our group, Jim and Allison, we're talking about how our identity can have like preconceived notions about certain people or race or group or culture, right? So that could definitely affect how we form our judgments on different people that, we don't really know or.
Right. Right. So it negatively impacts our ability to evaluate ideas or customs from people who don't share our identity, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Could it have a positive effect on critical thinking?
I feel like our
Perhaps.
group said yes.
Go ahead.
In that when your identity is in Christ, then you have a foundation to work from, and you can explore questions, and you can be challenged in certain ways, and not just kind of come across as so judgmental that my way is the highway, but at the same time offer something that says I know this. My heart is convicted on this truth.
Yeah, maybe because we're Christians, we see the image of God in people even who are different from how we are. So that could be a positive effect.
Nehemiah had an interesting comment. He was talking about how one part of our identity is family, where we come from. And I think depending what your family teaches you, that would affect your ability to be more of a critical thinker or less.
Nehemiah, did she catch it all, or do you want to expand?
I kind of veered off, but
can you say that again? I was unmuting.
I took your idea of family being part of identity and said that, yeah, depending what your family teaches you, it could make you more willing to be a critical thinker.
Right. Family, and also I wanted to add like community as well. Whatever community or practice you belong to, whether it's a church or a sports organization, it definitely does affect as well, I think.
I think there's a self-image element. Like if you define yourself as the kind of person who listens with empathy, somebody who evaluates sources, someone who thinks twice about sharing a meme on Facebook, those self-image kinds of things can contribute to good critical thinking. All right, I'm going to stop screen share so we can see each other. Then how might empathy, especially with people who are different, affect critical thinking?
We used terms like extending grace, I think Nehemiah said, or humility. So empathy, maybe it's a very kind of like a large term, and we can find things such as humility means accepting that I don't know the story and that I shouldn't be quick to judge and that there's plenty to learn from others, and that my identity is not maybe damaged by others being different too. That's maybe not humility, that's something else.
Mm.
But the extending grace, would you like to explain about that, Nehemiah?
Oh, we're talking a lot. Yes. So yes, I think extending grace that you might not understand exactly everything. I was talking about a African, a brother from a pastor from Africa and then from Uganda, and he was talking about how he was kind of like talking about politics and how America has sanctioned, I think, one of his country because they were trying to side with the Soviets, and so economic sanctions, and so. He wasn't really too happy about that. And so being an American, I was very, just thinking, okay, where is he coming from? And how can I extend that grace? And not everything that, of course, although I think America is a great country, of course, we have our imperfections and our sins as a country as a whole of our leaders. And so I just had to understand from his point of view.
Yeah. Okay, great. Then let's go on to question number 3. What is the relationship between critical thinking and cross-cultural understanding?
We'll be quiet this time.
Maybe we could hear from someone from another group.
Because we didn't get that far anyway.
Oh, okay.
We didn't get there, so yeah.
Yeah, I think there's some overlap between this question and the previous question, right?
Right.
Yeah. So you're going to have an openness towards people from other cultures. If you have empathy towards people from other cultures. I'm just reminded of an argument that David Smith and Barbara Carville make in this book, The Gift of the Stranger. I'll put the reference up later. And it's an argument that David Smith continues in Learning from the Stranger. The idea is that when we have cross-cultural contact, we have an opportunity to be a blessing to others. And he uses the biblical metaphor of hospitality. And I think it's obvious to us how a host can be a blessing. A host can, welcome people and provide things for them. But he says the guest can also be a blessing, because the guest, when we have cross-cultural contact, helps us to see things that we wouldn't ordinarily see about our home culture. Like if you think about a guest visiting your house, your house might be messy or dusty and you don't even notice it. But as soon as you know a guest is coming, you notice everything that's out of place. Like the same thing happens when you have cross-cultural contact with someone from another culture. You suddenly notice everything that's wrong with your home culture. And then another effect is just the seeing things that you don't notice normally. I think children do this too. I remember when I had little preschool kids, when they saw snow for the first time, and it was so magical for them. And I would look at the snow through their eyes and think, oh yeah, it is magical, isn't it? I wouldn't ordinarily think about that. But because I had someone with me who was seeing it for the first time, I would see that too. I have the same experience when I have guests come to visit Korea. There are things about Korean culture that I just don't notice anymore. Yeah, light switches go left to right instead of up and down. I don't even notice that anymore. But when I have a guest from home visiting me, oh, suddenly I notice those things again. So they help people see, they help create some perspective. That cross-cultural contact creates some perspective. It helps you take a step back from your home culture and develop some critical distance so that you can evaluate it more objectively. And Smith argues this is how we can be a blessing through cross-cultural contact. Okay, let's go from there into
I think
third. Yeah.
If I can just comment on that.
Oh, go ahead.
Looking at all of our pictures, we are all people who have lived overseas. And I think in some ways that is a huge gift to us. to be able. So I really appreciate and try and encourage my students who get a chance to go elsewhere and then be able to reflect when they come back and see the good and the bad in their own culture, the good and the bad in the place that they visited. Yeah, so anyway, I just thought you had a really good point to make. So, yeah.
Well, great. Yeah, another thing that I think, okay, James Rush is bringing up Acts 8:26-40. Yeah, so something to check out. The point of this last set of questions is that critical thinking is not something just dry and logical, but it also engages our emotions, our relationships, our identity, our spirituality. It's much bigger than just, these factual deductions that we make. And what psychologists tell us about how people make decisions about what to believe and what not to believe, it tends to have a lot more to do with our identity and our emotions than it does with rational analysis. So we have to be aware of the effect of these things on our critical thinking. Okay, our next set of questions is more involved, so you're going to get a bit more time to work on them. We're going to have 15 minutes for this discussion, and the big questions are: should Christian teachers teach critical thinking? How can we improve our own critical thinking skill? How can we teach it to our students? And then, do you teach it differently because you're Christian? Okay, we've got some deep questions here. I hope you can engage with them meaningfully in your groups.
Excuse me, Heidi.
Yes.
And would it be possible to mix up? I've really enjoyed talking with Nehemiah, but it's just been two of us in the one group.
Sure. Our original plan was that, everybody spends 4 minutes introducing themselves the first time, but I think we've all introduced each other, so maybe we can do that. We can mix up. Great.
Heidi, would you prefer, again, 3 people per room or 2 people per room?
I think 3 is good.
Okay. Okay. Just checking that it is mixed. Yeah, okay. It looks.
Might be back in the same room.
Speak God.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. I think that's mixed.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'll see some of you in a minute.
Okay.
So everybody, if you could kindly unmute yourselves so that you can participate in the discussion, that would be great. First question, do Christian English teachers have an obligation to teach critical thinking? Let's just give this a quick thumbs up, thumbs down, and see how we land here. Yeah. Or thumbs sideways, maybe sometimes. Okay, we have a lot of thumbs up. Okay, and this is what I do in my English classes. If you give a thumbs up, I'm going to ask you to defend why. Give a reason. So Daniel, can you tell us why?
Yeah, I just said all teachers have the responsibility to teach critical thinking. If you are any good. Yeah, and so, then we kind of shifted into, in what way does the Christian identity shape your responsibility? And I think that's kind of a part of a later question, but yeah, so we definitely have that responsibility.
Questions 1 and 4, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Cool.
I don't know how well we followed our questions. We kind of just started talking, and I didn't look at the document again.
Well,
sorry.
That's cool. Then you had a real discussion. That's great. And you got into it. And I think the same thing came out in our room. We said all teachers have a responsibility to teach critical thinking because it's a part of language itself. These are basic linguistic skills. And then Daniel, your group also talked about how Christian identity might shape the approach to critical thinking. Daniel, who else was in your group? We'll ask them to talk about it.
James and Jim.
Okay, James and Jim, can you elaborate on how how Christians might approach critical thinking?
I'll defer to Jim.
Okay.
Okay. So one thing and someone here mentioned about the golden rule of treating others how you would expect to be treated, and you can bring those as kind of ground rules, because you've got, if you have a class where you're hoping that students will show themselves or develop their identities, then it's a kind of, you need to make a kind of safe place where they're willing to risk. And I think that like the golden rule is a really good way to say, this comes from who I am as a Christian, but it makes sense to all of us. And I think
we all want to be good critical thinkers, right?
And also we all want to be open to how other people are, not to reject them for making mistakes or for whatever.
Yeah.
That's an interesting question, Heidi. We all want, well, you didn't start it as a question. We all want to be critical thinkers. Who's the we? The people who chose to come here today?
Oh, we, yeah.
9 of us.
I'm not
but
sure
don't people in general like to think of themselves as good critical thinkers?
I think some denominations would not teach that. So I think some Christians would have learned that critical thinking is not a good aim or goal.
Allison, actually, that's a very good point. I've heard that from a pastor who told me you should be a critical thinker until you become a Christian, and then you don't need critical thinking anymore.
Oh, yeah. So that's, yes. I think this topic, when I first saw it, I was a little confused by it, but I think it's really important. So thank you for sharing it.
Good, good.
And I was a bit concerned that it might be coming from exactly that angle that you described, Heidi. That the answer was no, we don't, because we're Christians. So I'm glad that that fear was not realized.
Same.
Well, and I think if we pull it back to just language specific, are we going to critically think through the Old Testament language and what it was in its original sense, or are we going to be able to look at the Greek and the Hebrew, and like if we're going to be just specific to Christian biblical teachings or any of the theologians throughout the years and stuff? I'm here at Luther University, and so if I only take on as years during the Reformation, but I don't look at the later years where he became really critical of Jews, and it's not the best of writings and theology based stuff. So if I'm not critically looking at some of those things, then am I doing my students and am I doing myself a best service or a disservice?
Yeah, I can totally say the same thing about my own theological tradition. There are skeletons in the closet. Yeah. Okay. So let's quickly move on to question 2. How can you improve your own critical thinking skill?
Cheryl had a good idea.
Yes.
About being.
But Cheryl needs to go. She has children.
Zoom rooms.
Okay.
She basically said that being a language learner helps us to be more open to how our students are going through things. And I don't know, Cheryl, you're back. Do you?
I'm back. Sorry.
That's okay.
Busy household here.
Bad timing on my part.
No. I just thought like for me, critical thinking, a big part of critical thinking is taking different perspectives. And when we're working with learners, being a language learner is really important, I think, to understand their perspective, and then to understand what critical thinking looks like from their perspective. So being able to think about, like, as a learner, how do I want my instructor to engage critical thinking? And even like from a religious perspective, if they're coming from a different religious background, how do I want them to be able to engage with topics of religion or not. And it doesn't mean that our students will be exactly like us. That's also a false assumption, but it does help us to kind of explore other possibilities and get out of the teacher mindset a little bit, where we can kind of think from the learner's perspective.
Yeah, are there any other suggestions? Okay.
I think for our group, Monique and Kara, we're talking about how, I think it was Monique, talking about kind of making friends, or kind of having different communities, being part of different communities as well. Monique, do you want to share that? I'm trying to
I was talking
recall.
about exposure. Yeah.
Exposure, yes.
Yeah, you
Sorry.
got to it. Yeah. So going back to what Nehemiah said about having certain notions, preconceived notions of others, by having exposure to these different backgrounds, you could increase your critical thinking skills, because it pushes you to think differently than you thought before, maybe.
If you're open to it.
If you're open to it. Yes.
Yes, definitely. It involves some pushing of yourself, doesn't it? We're running to the edge of our session. In 1 minute, people can start coming in for the next session. But they're not here yet, so I think we can keep talking until they arrive. But let's share ideas. Have you taught critical thinking in English classes, and how did you do it, if you did it? So Cheryl had a great idea.
About talking about controversial topics. Yeah, we looked at dialogue skills versus debate skills, and looked at what kind of questions that will elicit discussion that would promote dialogue instead of debate, which is usually to kind of find the right answer. And so we practiced these dialogue skills and open questions, and then we had very controversial topics, and we matched people up with opposite opinions. But the requirement was that they couldn't use language for judgment, they could only ask questions. And then after a certain period of time, then they had a chance to hear the other side. And after that exercise, it was very interesting to hear people's reflections. They thought that they found out more about that other person's perspective than they could have possibly understood before in kind of a debate way of thinking. So I thought that was a neat exercise to try. Of course, you need a very safe place to do that. We had been together for 8 months already at that point before we had tried that kind of thing. So it would be something to do later in the term, or with a group of people who feel very comfortable and safe with each other.
Was this with Koreans?
This was actually when I was in Canada, and we were doing it with people from different, it was a multicultural class. Yeah. Some Koreans included.
Okay.
I think I'd just with my big essential questions, kind of goals and things, is the idea of getting the students to use their semester to put the foundation for an autobiography. And so for them to critically think about themselves, their family, their identity, and not just use the vocabulary for getting through the class, but like, how can they continue writing their story, and how can they continue connecting with the relationships that matter to them?
Great, thanks. Well, I think we need to wrap up here. I just have a few closing comments. I've learned a lot, thank you. What I hope is that we can use our discussion to be a blessing to a larger group. If you have ideas that you'd like us to be able to include in the CT-SIG newsletter, I'm going to write a summary of the discussion based on what I can remember, which might not be everything. So if you want to get your contributions credited to you, then you can write on this document and send it back to me by email. Or you can just, if you've already done that, you could upload it in the chat room here. And I'd be very, very happy. I would be delighted to include your comments in the article. So
your email address?
Oh, it's on the handout. So if you have the handout, it's at the bottom here, and you can send it to me. All right, thanks everyone.
Thank you so much.
The
Thank you.
Thank you.
multimedia assisted learning is up in a few minutes, so you can stick around or take a break and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Yes.
Thanks, Heidi. Good to see you.
Thank
everyone.
So
you.
much.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye. Yes.
Okay, so
Okay, so I
Allison, we
think
need to
I
make
need to pass on.
Victor the host.
Okay.
That's
Hi,
me.
Victor.
Okay.
Hope everything went well.
Yep.
Yeah. Have a good session. I have
Thank you
to
so
head off
much.
somewhere. Oh. Bye, Kara. Bye, Heidi.
Bye-bye.
See you soon.
Bye, Alden.
Okay, have a great session.
Thank you so much, Heidi. Miss Hook, a pleasure
Yes.
as always.
Mr. Victor.
Yes, just make sure my tie is
I feel like I should
tied.
get a tie now. I should have something with a collar on it.
Let's see. So many people posting on here. So we have about 5 minutes.
Yep.
And hello, welcome.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing well as can be, all things considered. So that's good.
As well as can be at the end of a very, very interesting and long conference.
Yes, that is accurate. It has been an experience. I think it's great to see there's been so much participation so far.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
It's been great. It's been really great. Loved it. So yeah, some familiar faces. Carlene, hi. We seem to be stalking each other.
Yeah.
Oh, I must tell you, at the moment, a lot of the stuff that you passed on to me back in Korea for baking and cooking and what have you, is finding really good service here in Bulgaria.
Oh, I'm glad. I just didn't want that to go to waste, and I wanted someone to like actually use it besides me. I mean, I guess you could say that. I just don't like throwing away things if I can help it.
Yeah.
That's just how I was brought up.
Exactly. So they have found their forever home.
Oh, that's good. I mean, I don't know if it's specifically in Caribbean families, but we tend to pass on.
Feel free to do so. And before we get started, I just want to say this is the MCALL-SIG presentations. I'm the facilitator of Korea TESOL's MCALL-SIG, and I'm very excited to have a few lovely people. And I will be bringing up the rear today, presenting on some really great topics, and hopefully we'll have some nice engaging discussion on these very relevant issues. And I'm looking forward to it. And Lisa Hunsberger is our first speaker today.
All right, okay? I'm not muted anymore. Oh, wow, that means you heard all of that wonderful clicking. I am so sorry. All right, hello everyone, and welcome to Rethinking Presentation Design Together. As Victor rightfully said, I'm Lisa M. Hunsberger, and I teach at Kyushu Sangyo University in Japan in Fukuoka Prefecture. And the main aim of this presentation / workshop is really to look at the presentation software PowerPoint and Keynote, which I know most, if not all of us, are familiar, certainly at least with PowerPoint, and some of us may also use Keynote. I use Keynote a lot. I use it a lot in my classes, and I have been using it since I've been using presentation software in the classroom since I came to Japan in 2012. And I use it a lot to help my students to better understand the activities that they'll be learning in class. And when I first came, I taught high school students, which was the youngest students I had ever taught up to that point in Jamaica, which is where I'm from. I taught university level students. So I was used to teaching persons who were either my age or older, which I can tell you is a completely different experience when you're having to be authoritative in the classroom and everyone's your age or older. You really have to learn that classroom presence, that teacher presence from very early on. And when I came here, a lot of my students were, well, the classes that I taught, they were lower level classes. So these were students who were doing English at this particular school, at this high school, as an elective. And so some of them didn't really want to learn English, or some were a bit unmotivated, and they had to really kind of pull out all the stops just to get them engaged and interested. And I, oddly enough, found presentation software to be a very great way of doing that. So today we're going to be looking at some of the features found in desktop presentation software, so PowerPoint or Keynote, but that's not to say that you can't use the same features or features that are similar to them in other presentation software. Just adapt as you need to for those. And towards the end, I'd like for us to have kind of a brainstorming activity because it's rethinking presentation design together. And I'd like for you to, as you watch me go through and explain different things, to think about how you could adapt these activities or do things with your students, do things that you think would work with your students. So these are the features that I'll be focusing on today. And the first is text. So usually when we use presentation software, most persons may use it for conferences like we are having right now. And some may use it in the classroom to put notes or homework on the screen. Other than that, the use of presentation software may not be as common. And so when you're going to present, or sorry, when you're going to create something for your students that's very interactive or something to kind of help pique their interest, I find that with text, if there's a lot of text on the slide, especially if it's really young students, if it's children, so young learners, so these are kindergartners, a lot of text may not be the best thing. If they're learning English as a foreign language, you may want to use more images. So you want to keep your text as minimal as possible. The more advanced your students are, then the more text you can put on the screen. So you can put whole sentences or paragraphs, and they could probably read what they're seeing on the slides. But otherwise, when it comes to using text, try to keep the text as minimal as possible. Then images, videos, and sound all make for really great illustrative options. So for images, you can use photographs, clip art, you can use infographics, you can use maps, you can use screenshots, and all these different things to illustrate your point. So you're talking about penguins in Antarctica. You can show a picture of a penguin, and you can show a picture of an iceberg in Antarctica, or maybe a photo of the continent. For videos, you can always, again, use videos in your presentation. So if there's a video of a video recording, maybe you're showing last year when the students went on the study abroad program and all the fun that they had, you may want to embed that video, add that video to your presentation to show your students what the class last year did overseas. That's just an example, of course. Or you could also use YouTube videos, because one wonderful feature of PowerPoint and Keynote is that you can actually just have a YouTube link that you just insert on your slide and it plays directly from YouTube. Obviously, you're going to have internet connectivity, otherwise it won't play, but that's also an option. Sounds. That is one thing that I do not hear often in presentations. And I think it's because sometimes presenters or teachers are not really sure how to use sounds in presentations. I remember in a workshop I did 2 years ago at JALT, the Japan Association for Language Teaching, there was one attendee, she shared that when she was teaching her students about different types of bells, she used sound bites of different bells, a church bell, a school bell, and all these different bells, maybe a cowbell, to illustrate just what these different sounds sounded like. And so it made the experience a whole lot more holistic for the students. They weren't just hearing her speak about it, they were actually hearing the sounds for themselves. Another thing that we can use is shapes. And the question sometimes is, like, why would I use shapes? What can I do? Well, you can use shapes to point things out. So you can use arrows, and you can use the arrows to point to different things that are on the screen. Or you can use a circle to show what part of the screen you're focusing on, or a square, and all these other varying ways of using different types of shapes. And of course, we have our animations and transitions. I kind of bunch them together under animations. If you're advanced enough and you want to use animations in your classroom activities, I find that for younger learners, the really bouncy, exciting animation works really well. And in my experience, they're always so excited when they see the words jiggle and things move across the screen. But for older learners, they may not be as enthusiastic to see things jiggling and bouncing on the screen. But these are different things that you can try when you're thinking about what you're going to do to make your activities in your presentations or your classroom activities using presentation software more exciting. All right. So these are the levels that I have personally taught. I've taught kindergartners, elementary school students, junior high school students, senior high school students, university students, and I've taught adults. And I've taught as young as 3 years old, and I've taught as mature as maybe mid-70s for retirees, mid-70s, thereabouts. And so my range is pretty wide. Basically, what happened in my case was when I came to Japan, as I said, having taught university, I taught senior high school for 4.5 years. And then I moved to a job where I had to teach kindergartners, elementary and junior high school students. The kindergartners were my main focus. And this was my first time teaching young learners. I had never taught young learners, and especially a 3-year-old, a class of 3-year-olds and a class of 5-year-olds. That was my first time ever. So I had to really come up with a lot of different things. However, I didn't use any presentation software with them. I instead used presentation software with these 3 levels, with my elementary school students, my senior high school students, and now with my university students. So, and I've used the software in different ways with each of them. So for today's activities, we're going to be thinking about how we can make activities for our different students, whatever level they are at in terms of whether they're kindergarten to adult learners. And we're going to think about what features of the presentation software we're going to use based on what level of schooling they're at, and also what English ability they're at. For kindergartners, I would expect, unless you're teaching at a native English school, they're probably going to be beginners, true beginners. And if you're teaching, oh, I just saw Victor's, I'm so sorry, I'm looking at the chat while I'm speaking. So you have to think about what level your students are at based on what school you're teaching. Okay, so the question is, how can we use PowerPoint or Keynote creatively? Get those creative juices flowing. How can we use PowerPoint or Keynote creatively? Has anyone ever used PowerPoint or Keynote in the classroom in creative ways? Victor, yes. Would you like to share?
Yeah, sure. So some creative ways. One thing I like to do is I'm sure a lot of teachers like to do this. I like to ask students to create presentations for each other. So in lieu of me just throwing up a bunch of material, I would give students, I'd have like the lessons before the week started, and I would divide them into small groups, and I'd say, you guys have to teach it to each other, which usually works. Sometimes it doesn't.
Sounds good. Is there a specific topic you normally give them when they have to create those presentations?
It can work for anything. Any kind of content works. Not a skill. I usually, if it's something that the students are unable to do, so if it's like skill-based, such as pronouncing a certain kind of term, perhaps it might be more difficult. It's usually better for something content-based, so just some general information they can, you know, relay to each other. That's been my experience anyway.
Sounds good. Yes, that's definitely a great way to do it. Absolutely. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Isabel. Excuse me.
I use presentations pretty extensively in kindergarten classrooms. In a classroom that we didn't really have any resources beyond the TV. We didn't have any children's books or anything. So I turned children's books into PowerPoint presentations. And so the visuals were large and on the screen, and students would come up and I'd say okay, touch the butterfly, and they'd come and touch the butterfly, and then I would click and it would go over to the next slide, which had a butterfly that was big and things like that. So they were sort of interacting with it as though it was an interactive iPad or smart whiteboard, but it wasn't. It was just me in the background clicking. But those sort of visuals for young learners and interacting with it physically, and that was really engaging for them.
Yes, that sounds really great. That sounds really fun too. I mean, one of the things I did also realize or one of the challenges I had when I was teaching young learners was it was really hard to find those giant books that had the really large pages that students could clearly see. It was just normal size books, or the biggest ones were maybe legal size in American, or was it B4 Japanese size, or Asia. So it was always very hard for the students at the back. It was kind of crowded over right directly in front of me, looking up, trying to see everything on the screen. So that's a very great way of doing it. And I love the interactivity of they touch the screen and then something happens after that. So that's something I've also done as well. And I know how students go, what did I do that? Oh my goodness. I love the excitement with that. So I love that. Anyone else before I move on? I can't see the entire chat, so let me just kind of scroll down and see if anyone else. Okay, all right. So I didn't hear anyone, so I'm going to move on. All right, so.
May I?
Oh yes, okay, so there was someone. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Okay, just very briefly, I use this PPT for assessment and evaluation, and also as an exit ticket. And not only, of course, in face-to-face classrooms, but actually that's what we have been doing here right now on digital platforms, on online classes. And I also ask my students to prepare slides for book reviews. So they put also their imagination into it, and they create PPTs for that. And I also, for all ages, not all ages except for young learners, actually, I project my mistakes in terms of grammar, and they work on it and they try to correct that. That's it.
I love it. Yes, wonderful. So similar to Victor, you have your students create their own presentations as well. And you also put sentences on the screen, like prompts that they have to then look at, read, and correct, basically. Yeah, love it. Fantastic. Thank you. All right, so let's move on to the next slide. So when you're beginning, a good place to start is to ground your idea. So if you want to make an interactive activity with your students, actually have an idea as to what you're going to do. Don't just open PowerPoint or open Keynote and say, I want to make a creative activity. Think about a lesson. Are your students learning something right now? Maybe you want to expand on the lesson that they're currently doing. Maybe you want them to create a presentation based on something that they're learning right now, or something that they're going to learn next. Then think about your students. So how familiar are they with the topic? If this is a lesson that you've already started with them, then obviously they're going to be very familiar with it, or they should be relatively familiar with it. But if it's something that they have not yet learned, then you're going to have to think about, okay, what scaffolding do I need to do? What steps do I need to take to make sure that they understand what I'm about to explain? Do I need to give them information for vocabulary, for grammar, all these different things? So kind of start thinking about it from their perspective next. Then, as I explained before, depending on well, I put school here, adults, they don't necessarily have to be in a school, they could just be adults whom you're teaching at the local community center. But if it's kids, kids are going to love cute. The cuter it is, the more they'll love it. The more it bounces and jumps around, the more they'll love it. Whereas with adults, you probably want something that's more real to life. So with kids, I would use the cutest looking clip art. With adults, I probably use more realistic photographs. And with kids, those clip art will be jumping and swinging. The words will be flipping all over the screen. With adults, I'll just keep it pretty basic, as in just the words and they appear one after the other. So kind of more simple. Maybe you've noticed, but I like to use a little color. That's just my personal presentation style, regardless of age. But that's my style. And I always maintain that it's good to keep your style within your presentations. But yeah, so to think about what level your students are at and kind of try to make sure that your images and your videos and your activities and even the animations that you use match with the age group of your students. So you probably heard that really loud car outside or bike. Okay, then English level. Are they beginners? Are they intermediates? Or are they advanced? So if they're beginners, I would say less text, more images, more illustrations, more videos, more sounds if you have. If they are advanced, then you could probably just have paragraphs on the screen, or intermediates as well, and they can read and understand what it is. But with beginners, you're going to need that scaffolding as much as possible. Anything that you can use to help them more quickly understand the material would be best. And then think about the goal of the activity. What exactly is it that you want your students to accomplish by doing this activity? So in Isobel's case, maybe she wanted her students to know what a butterfly is. And so she wanted them to touch it and be able to see, oh, this is a butterfly, and look at the big, the pretty butterfly. Maybe for Victor and Pinar, they wanted their students to learn presentation skills. And so that was the point of them doing those activities. So think about the goal of the activity. And then the type of activity. And we're going to be looking at different types of activities next. So think about how you're going to put the goal on the screen. In what kind of activity are you going to be using? What kind of activity will you use? And then decide on the presentation features, images, the text, the videos, sound, the shapes, the animations that you will actually be using. So for the activities, you can use presentation features to give concise explanations. So sometimes we have to explain something to our students. Let's say we're going to play a game and the explanation is a bit difficult and you want to show them exactly what it is they need to do in order to get the points. You can use your presentation software to help them to get the understanding, to get that understanding that you're going for as quickly as possible. And you can also do interactive activities with your students where you have something on the screen and they have to say something with you. So like Isobel had a very interactive activity where the students touched the screen and something happened once they touched the screen. Next, games. And here you can have your students in teams, and the goal is really to have fun with the language. So they're going to be, well, maybe they're in teams. I like to do games in teams. If it's a big group, if it's a small group, then they can just compete individually or in pairs. And they're just having fun with English based on, in my case, what they just learned. So my goal is for them to have fun with what they just learned. Trivia and Q&A, I do distinguish a bit between trivia, Q&A, and games. For me, games is fun with English, while trivia is kind of sharing information that they may not have known. and Q&A is checking if they've understood what they just learned. So it's kind of more formal, I guess, a little fun, but more formal, whereas games for me is more about the excitement, the fun of it all. Then grammar activities. So I also like to use presentation software to explain grammar activities. So here the goal is to learn a particular grammar point. And so I've used different features to show just what they can do with this particular grammar point or what they need to do to practice and learn a bit more. And then listening activities. Sometimes you want our students to learn something new. And so like in my case, my students were learning about, I've had so many, I have so many examples, but let me choose. I had my students learning about baobabs in, I think it was Madagascar. And I had lots of pictures of baobabs in Madagascar. There are some baobabs in Australia as well. So I had like a map and I showed the baobabs popping up in the different places on the maps. And I showed them Baobab Avenue in Madagascar. And I'm sure it's Madagascar. I really hope I haven't forgotten the correct location. But just showing them these things, but I'm talking. It's really me speaking a lot. And so my goal for them was to be able to learn this information with me speaking in simple English. And these were beginner level students or maybe high beginners. They're learning information in simple English, no Japanese explanations were given, but they could understand what I was saying because on the screen was all of this information popping up while I was speaking. So I had it cued to show these different things while I was speaking. So the thing about all of these activities is that I listed them individually, but they can always be used in conjunction with each other. For example, you could have slides that accompany a listening activity whose focus is on a particular grammatical point. Maybe I want my students to learn about using prepositions, so it's in front of or behind. Oh, this baobab is in Australia, and behind this baobab is a house, things like that. And the explanations could be as concise as possible because I want to explain it to them in simple English. So I have to make sure that what is on the screen, any text that I use on the screen is just the main points, the keywords, basically. Maybe I'll have interactive elements throughout. So maybe I'll have some Q&A for them just to check where was this baobab found? And what is the main place that we can find this type of baobab? Or where is Baobab Avenue? And maybe I'll have a game at the end where they can just have fun, maybe, I don't know, paint, maybe not paint, but maybe do some kind of fun activity where they'll play a game at the very end. So you can always mix and match these different activities. So I'm going to kind of go through and give a few examples of how I've used these activities in different classes. And then at the end, I'd like for you to tell me how you would design an activity for your students based on the features that I've shared. So first, a concise explanation. This was an activity that I created for my university level students. And I love logic puzzles. I'm not sure if everyone knows what those are. They're basically a puzzle where you have clues and you have to figure out what the answers are based on the clues. And I actually created a handout from scratch. So I literally searched for silhouettes. And all they had were these 8 silhouettes of different persons, and the silhouettes were numbered, and they had 6 clues and they had to figure it out. I had them, the point of this was they were learning place prepositions behind, to the right of, to the left of, in front of, and beside, to the left of. So to the right of, to the left of, and beside are all the very, they're all the same meaning. It's just that right or left, it's very specific. So I wanted the students to practice these place prepositions using a logic puzzle. Logic puzzles can be very challenging. And so to explain how to find the answer, I didn't include it on the slide, but I actually have a step-by-step walkthrough of how you answer the logic puzzle using just text and putting all of it on the screen right there. So they have a concise explanation. So I was able to explain to them how they could find the answers at the very end, because I think a handful of students found the answers and others were like, oh my gosh, I have no idea what's going on. So I explained it to them using PowerPoint, well, Keynote in my case. Interactive activities. This I did with my elementary school students. This was open school, open campus. And so parents were coming on campus to see exactly what it was that their kids were doing at the school. And I came up with lots of different activities. And the activities involved the use of fruits, sports, emotions, and colors. And I wanted the students to be able to talk about how they were feeling. So I'm happy, I'm sad. And I had smiley faces on the screen for the emotions. For the colors, the slides were literally red with the word red on it, just really big. Or blue, the slide was colored entirely blue with just one word blue on it. And for the fruits, I wanted to explain to them how to say the name of the fruits without using the Japanese katakana pronunciation. So this is banana. Banana? No, not banana. So I use a shape to show them not banana, and I change the color of the first syllable. It's banana, and they have to repeat banana. So it's apple, apple, not apple, apple. And I went, la, 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 la. Everybody go, la, 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 apple, la, la, la. Teaching young kids, okay. And orange, orange. So you go up, down, orange. And then I went through, what's this? Strawberry. And this, grapes. And after I did a run through of just the photo with the keywords, I would just ask, what's this? What's this? And it's all shuffled. What's this? What's this? And so I prompted them without any explanations or I have an apple, I have a pen. Apple pen, oh my God, that song. Right. And that was fruits. And as you can see, I had a lot of really, lots of things flying everywhere and doing a lots of, very exciting kind of animations. And kids, I just cannot stress enough. Kids really, like they actually react to the things jiggling and moving very happily. Kids are so easy to please. I was always very happy about that. All right, this is an activity that I did with my kindergarten students, which I didn't have presentation software in the classroom there. So I had to use the printed version of this. But if I had presentation software, this would have been kind of like a fun activity. I call it so game, just a fun activity that I would have done with my students. I was teaching them, Old MacDonald had a farm. So a quick backstory, when I was hired to work at a particular town's Board of Education, I basically had to pioneer their English program. It was the first time they'd ever had English being taught to the kindergartners. And as I had said before, this was my first time teaching young learners. So I had to really go back to my own knowledge of how I learned English when I was 3 or 5 years old and use that to build a program for the kids. And I started with the alphabet, the same thing as I did before, but I really wanted to ground their knowledge in a specific activity, so a goal-oriented activity. And I'd found this book called Two Tall Houses, and it's a story of a rabbit and an owl who were friends, but who had a falling out over some kind of, things that people always fall out about, your house is too tall, it's blocking the sunlight in my backyard. Oh, well, I'm gonna build my house higher. No, you're not, I'm gonna build my house higher. Yeah, everybody has their problem, but the main idea really was that it's two friends who just had a disagreement and it just kept escalating until they realized that they had gotten into a really bad place and they had to now come together to find a solution and work together, basically. It's an excellent book, an excellent story, and an excellent message. And so I thought Old MacDonald Had a Farm was a really great way for me to introduce the students to the characters in the book. Now, farms, I don't imagine farmers raise owls, but I'm sure every barn has an owl. Can be imagined, right? My problem was when it came to rabbits, I didn't know what sound. What does the rabbit say? You know, it's like that song. But for the rabbit, I don't know what sound rabbits make, so I just kind of tell them hop, 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 and they had to do the bunny ears. So if the students had done this if I had had presentation software available to me, I probably would have gone with Old MacDonald had a farm, and then the kids would jump in with what they know, E-I-E-I-O, because they learned the alphabet previously. Then I would sing, and on that farm they had a, and the kids would have to say rabbit. And the kids would continue, E-I-E-I-O. And this is actually how I did it, but in person in the classroom with letters written on the board and with lots of different pictures that I had to be juggling at once. It was challenging, but I got through. So then they would do the hop, hop here and the hop, hop there. But if I'd had the software, I would just put this on the screen. I wouldn't have to worry about printing anything, laminating anything, holding anything up, putting words on a board. I could just do all of that at home. I did this in like 5 minutes. This wasn't difficult for me to do. Then for trivia and Q&A, I have a game that I always play called Guess the Animal. And I actually did this with one of the co-TESOL chapters last year. So there is a tutorial floating around somewhere on YouTube of my explanation of exactly how you can recreate this. But this I also did with my university level students. And basically, with a sound. And I gave them 3 animals and they had like 10 seconds. Yes. What do you think it is? A, B, C. Write your answers in the chat. What do you think? John says B. Kara, C, B, A, B. All right. The answer is, it's a porcupine. And I have a video from YouTube.
What do you think, Ted? Pretty good?
Super cute, right? So very interactive. The students had to listen to the sound and then guess the answers. And this is something that you can also do remotely, just like we did right here. Nailed it, says Victor, all right? And then grammar activities. So here I have an activity I called Shipwrecked. This was with my senior high school students, where their boat has hit a rock and it's sinking, and you must choose 5 items to take with you in the life raft. What 5 items will you take? And this was a grammatical activity because they have to say what 5 items they will take, and they had to justify it using the relative clause. So I'll take water because water is something which we can drink. I will take a compass because a compass is something which will help us find the way. And then for listening activities, I was explaining global warming. And here there's no animation, it's just pictures, shapes, and words. So for example, here I showed them that from 1993 to 2002, that much of an ice shelf broke off. I said it very simply. And it's about the size of Saga Prefecture. It's also 220 meters tall. That's as tall as Fukuoka Tower. That's the tallest tower in our prefecture. So that's a lot. So my question to you, dear audience, what kind of activities would you do with your students? And how would you do it? So this is the part where you get your creative juices flowing, turn on your mics, and share with the share with the class. What activities would you do? So we have some activities that we have done already. You can share them again. And yes, okay, we have Isobel and we have Leonie.
I have a bit of a question for you. Often when using video and audio, I'm worried about the hardware in the classroom. Is it just a matter of getting used to the different classroom and knowing what's available to you there and what will work?
Yes, actually, if you're in person, I think in person when you're playing, sound is the best option, because you can actually, for me, I always keep the knob. I stand close by wherever the volume control knob is and just turn it up and down as needed. So, and the other thing with sound, and especially with video as well, is before the class starts, if you have a couple seconds, or even if it's a presentation, I would recommend checking the sound first. I didn't do a sound check today because I actually did this activity literally 2 days ago in a previous presentation. So I knew that you'd be able to hear it very well. But normally before I start anything with sound, I test the sound first to hear how it comes off over the speakers before I start the activity.
Yeah, Isobel touched on something that I also wanted to share, is that often what device your students have available to them may affect what you are actually sharing with them in this kind of synchronous online presentation. But for me, one of my favorite YouTube channels at the moment is Richard Osman's House of Games. And in it, he has an activity that I've now adapted. And that is to have a map of geographical area and say, I want you to show me where this is. And in addition, tell me what is there. What is it? So for example, you know, show me Oslo. Why do we want to go to Oslo? Want to see the opera house, or the statue of the Little Mermaid, or, you know, whatever. But there I ran into the thing that I was using a shared view of Google Maps, where I was allowing people to drop pins on the map. And two of my students just couldn't access it because they weren't in front of touchscreen technology. And their laptop screens kept freezing up. So I think you always have to be careful about that. But yeah.
That is a very good point, Leonie. And that is usually the challenge with remote classes, because there's not much that you can do, because it's always, it comes down to what your students have in front of them. If they're running an older system, or if they are having internet connectivity issues, then it's definitely going to be a challenge. Yes, very good point. Thank you. Also, Victor, seeing as we're still, it's not a massive group or anything, so staying all together is fine. No need to make me co-host.
Yes, that's fine. We have about 5 more minutes.
Yes, that's right. All right, would anyone else like to give it a shot?
Yes, I just have a small statement.
Yes.
Sorry, just to say bye, I have to run. Bye.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Have a good one.
I've noticed when I was doing my presentations, small ones and big ones, that students really take note on what kind of font you use. And they will actually try to, especially with young learners, they try to copy it. So that was a big look. I'm like, why are your letters looking like, no, you don't write it like that. And they're like, but, and then I noticed, it's what I'm using. So that was kind of a small game changer for me in making sure that no, I don't want to do that hard squiggly A. I need you to do the simple A so you can write properly. So when we do things, everybody's kind of looking the same. So that was an odd lesson that I didn't expect on learning, but it was very helpful in the long run when making presentations, especially with younger students.
Carlene, that's actually an excellent point, and it's something that I discovered a long time ago, because when I was learning Japanese, I remember there's a very famous place in my prefecture, a very famous garden that has like this overhead wall of Fuji, in English, wisteria. It has like a purple, pink, all different shades of wisteria. And I think it's called something Fujien. And there's a shuttle bus that took us from like the main city area to this kind of remote garden. And I remember looking at all these kind of coaster buses that were driving past, and I'm like, one of you must be it. And when luckily for me, the bus actually stopped where it was supposed to, because the writing on it was so creatively done. I was too much of a beginner to even remotely understand what it said. And so Isobel has shared quite a few fonts in the chat that are very good for having, because even that G, there's that G that Times New Roman has. It has a very kind of funny curly under thing, like it's almost like two circles for the G.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yes. So even things like that. So that's why if you notice my G right here, only the A has that little half on it. But I try to stick to the fonts that are very clear and easy for my students to read. And I know that there is one font that most persons hate, but actually can be really good here. And it's, what's that one called?
Is it Comic Sans?
Comic Sans, thank you. Everybody hates Comic Sans, but it's actually really great for students. Really very good. It has that nice A and the G curved very well. Yeah, Pinar says it's her favorite. There you go. Yeah. So thanks, Carlene. That was a very good point. Okay, anyone else?
I just want to jump in. Hi, Lisa. Good to see you again. I attended another workshop and it really had my mind kind of blown. The use of Nearpod. I don't know if you've heard of that, Lisa, or used it before, but that was really interesting to see how you can use, Google Slides or something like that and import it into Nearpod. And there's different activities. On your slide there, you have interactive activities and Q&A. You can add those kinds of activities at different points in your slideshow, and kind of students can follow along, and it seemed quite engaging from what I saw in that workshop. So yeah, that's something I'm thinking about using this coming semester to get students more engaged in terms of engaging the slideshow and not just kind of watching the slideshow.
Fantastic. Could you type the name in the chat, please?
Yes, and I'm sure the video of that workshop was recorded and uploaded in the video library. So it's Nearpod.
Fantastic. All right, everyone. Well, thank you. So you probably heard a very loud sound just then, but hey, thank you so much for attending Rethinking Presentation Design Together. I hope you learned a few new ideas that you can try out in your classroom.
Thank you so much, Lisa. That was excellent. I know I had a great time. I hope everyone else attending enjoyed engaging in the discussion as well. We will be moving on. If there's no need for a break, or if you need to go somewhere else, you have another session you want to go to, feel free. If not, we're going to go right to Izzy, who is ready. Miss Hook, I believe you're ready to go, right?
Yeah, when I unmute my microphone.
Step one.
I tried doing slides with Zoom yet, so please bear with me while I make sure that you can see what I want you to see, and not my top. That would be great. Right.
Thanks for joining us, Pinar. Enjoy breakfast. I think you can just present here. There you go.
Okay.
And it looks great.
Cool. Everyone can see it real good? Okay. So I'm going to be talking about active speaking skills in online and asynchronous environments. Throughout the presentation, if you have any questions, please feel free to just unmute yourself, interrupt me. Don't worry about being rude or anything. I can't really see the chat window very clearly, so I'm not going to see it if you ask a question there. But please feel free to tell me to move back to the previous window or previous screen, or if you have further questions. Okay, so a little bit about myself. I've taught in South Korea and I'm now teaching in Japan. Similar to Lisa, I've taught from 3-year-olds to, I think my oldest students at the moment are 78 and 79, from brand new beginners to people doing PhDs in economics, private schools, public schools, one-to-one, university, the whole range. Last year, I was doing a big range from face-to-face classes with social distancing, masks, screens, the whole lot. I had some classes which were entirely online. I had some classes that were asynchronous and some classes that changed between all 3 of them overnight with no warning. This coming academic year, I'll be mostly doing asynchronous mixed delivery classes, but also preparing to take all of those classes entirely online should coronavirus get worse. I also have a bit of experience on the other side. I completed my master's degree in Australia while living in South Korea and Japan. So I understand what it's like to be a student studying online entirely. Though I wasn't really doing much speaking in that course, there was a lot of interactions that I had to do online. So I sort of understand the difficulties that come with that a little bit more. First, we're going to talk about speaking itself as a skill, so you can understand where I'm coming from and what my basis is for a lot of these things. Speaking in an active learning environment, and speaking difficulties for students regarding speaking. Then we'll talk about how those things can be addressed in online environments. Okay. So generally, speaking requires immediate language output. Conversation requires language output in response to language input. So your partner or a speaking partner asks you a question and you respond, or they give a comment and you give a response to their information. So to target speaking skills, we need to focus on a few things. We need to focus on production of language, often in response to a partner, in a timed manner, and using a level of comprehensibility so the dialogue can continue or you are able to get or receive the information you need. So I'm sort of looking at speaking on this matrix of input, output, and fast and slow. Okay, so what is active speaking? Active speaking is when students are using both their theoretical knowledge of English and their social connections to engage with the material. In a traditional face-to-face classroom, this is seen with students working on tasks in teams, comparing answers, doing task-based activities, sharing their opinions, responding to a reading task, follow-up questions, all of those sort of things. The social element is really important in speaking activities. We've probably all seen students who can get a perfect score on a grammar quiz or a gap fill worksheet, but are just totally unable to engage in conversation. It's also one of the biggest differences between a really boring, dry, unengaging classroom and one where students are having fun and being motivated. In a face-to-face classroom, the timed language production using theoretical and social skills, these things are often integrated anyway, but with online and asynchronous environments, they can be, or they may need to be, targeted separately. Okay, some speed bumps for students speaking. There are an endless number of great resources about foreign language anxiety. For speaking, it includes such things as fear of making errors, lack of comprehensibility or fear of being unable to be understood, stage fright, fear of negative perceptions from the teacher or from other students. Some students also feel they simply don't have enough vocabulary to express themselves properly, or they don't know how to link their vocabulary together to structure a sentence or a question, to share a story or give an opinion. Another issue that many students have is that even the most motivated students often lament not being able to talk outside of the classroom with English-speaking friends. What they're often looking for is an English-speaking community and for peers. An aspect of community that often gets overlooked is that some students are unable to access the classroom or the community for other reasons. These could be including financial reasons, health reasons, time, distance limitations. So an online learning community can help all of these students. So there's a lot of text here, I apologize. How distance learning can accommodate these difficulties and target some of these difficulties. There are some features of distance learning that can actually be more beneficial to students than face-to-face classrooms. In synchronous online classes, such as Zoom lessons, students are often in their homes where they might feel more safe and secure and confident. Students can use lighting, filters, backgrounds if they're uncomfortable sharing their appearance or sharing their financial status. We had several students who were experiencing anxiety about displaying their room in the background of their cameras, and so turned their cameras off a lot, and then were not as able to connect with others. But showing students some simple techniques of how to sort of hide that, how to angle their screen against a wall, how to use a filter, how to turn down their lighting in their room so it's not so bright. In self-access classes, students are able to control the pace of their lesson. So students can re-listen to teacher instructions or re-listen to examples. Students can review previous lessons as much as they need. Students who may have previously missed classes due to part-time jobs or due to needing to care for family members can now participate in a time frame that accommodates them. Most importantly, students are able to practice and prepare. In online classrooms, I firmly believe that homework should not be a post-class activity, but homework should always be a pre-class activity to the speaking lesson. So here is my terrible metaphor and my terrible drawing. Students are instructed to use their textbooks to learn a unit's vocabulary and grammar, and complete the listening, reading tasks at their own pace and repeat as many times as they feel they need. They're then told that they will be discussing a related topic in the lesson. This gives the student an opportunity to prepare any vocabulary they think is relevant, to review expressions or functional language they might use. It also gives them an opportunity to contact the teacher ahead of time privately to discuss any issues or concerns they're worried about with the lesson. And all of this can be done in their own time at their own pace. Then when they come to the classroom, they're able to approach the speaking task prepared and confident and ready to participate. These are some pretty vague concepts, and there's a lot of exceptions. So let's look at a few case studies and how I approached them. Okay, so Yuka. I'd been doing one-on-one online classes with Yuka before coronavirus made it cool. Yuka suffers from breathing and heart issues, which made attending in-person lessons really difficult for her. She's highly motivated, but had difficulty finding a good learning environment. She previously had to drop out of an English program at her university due to her health issues. So she needed a high volume of language output with corrections and a way to reflect on the corrections and self-evaluate in her own time. So Yuka would prepare these slideshow presentations for me, according to things that I had shown interest in our previous conversations. So she talked about some movies that she'd recently seen. She talked about divorce in Japan because I had asked a question about family structures. She watched a couple of Simpsons episodes and tried to discuss them in detail and relate the story to me. You can see things like abuse of marine animals in Japan. She made this presentation after I had said that I don't really like going to zoos because I don't feel like it's a very happy environment. So it was a very give and take with Yuka and I's relationship. If I mentioned something that I found interesting, she would then elaborate on it and she would try and teach me something about that topic. So in the classes, Yuka would prepare a short presentation. She would then give the presentation using her notes. I would be able to see her notes on Google Docs, so I could see whether she was just using some vocabulary words to spark her memory or if she had like pre-written a speech. So we're trying to use notes appropriately for a presentation. Then I would ask more information about anything I didn't fully understand. We then do a discussion topic and I would make sure to use a lot of higher level grammar in my questions. So she'd have to respond with a similar level of grammar, which really pushed her to use more complex language. This would often spark a short grammar lesson or explaining a expression that I'd used, and sometimes writing tasks, which we would do on Google Docs. So I could monitor how she was approaching the task and whether she was getting stuck in any particular place. Yuka would also review and annotate class notes from the recordings, which would be made into a reviewed lesson later in the week. Yuka was eventually able to gain enough confidence to start studying business through an English medium American university online. Okay, so let's talk about the next group I had. This was a IELTS intensive program. It consisted of about 18 students, I think we had at the end. It was an extracurricular program, so it was conducted outside of normal class hours, which meant some scheduling difficulties from students with part-time jobs, some parents insisting that their daughters had dinner with the family, things like that. To engage students and have more intensive speaking time, students were split into 3 groups of 6 for 40-minute lessons twice a week, instead of having the full 18 students there for 2 hours straight. If students had schedule clashes, they could join a different class at a different time, as the material was the same, but we tried to keep them in the same groups to make sure that they could build those relationships with each other. Students were better able to connect with each other in a small class group, and I used monitoring of breakout rooms extensively. I'd often pair them up in the same group week after week so that they could build those relationships and work on those dynamics between each other. I use visual games such as scissors, paper, rock in the camera. So we say like ready, set, like scissors, paper, rock, and whoever was the winner or the loser would then have to do the speaking task first, or they would choose each other and things like that. So by using the camera and by making them aware that they were on screen, they became more accustomed to responding visually like you would in a face-to-face interaction. So students would more often like tell each other, oh, good job, or like I'd ask a question about a number and they'd say, I think it's number 6, or like it's number 2. So they were more aware of those social interactions that they had to participate in. But we all know that Zoom fatigue is a real thing. It can be a lot over, you'll be doing it over many hours. So by keeping those lessons much shorter and more focused and more intensive, they were able to give more, but in a shorter period of time, and then be able to do the other activities at their own pace as they needed. So for an example activity with this group, students had to, So in this picture, we can see one of the breakout rooms. There's 3 students in there. I snuck into the room with my mic and video off, which meant they kind of didn't notice I was in there. while this interaction was happening, which was nice to be able to see it. Student 1 had to talk about a topic for 2 minutes. Student 2 had to be the timekeeper. So she was literally holding her timer up to the camera so the other student could see how long she was taking. And student 3 had to be the record keeper. So student 3 had to check whether student 1 used all of the relevant language and achieved the task. Then student 3 would report back to me in the main room and relate some of the information that had been said by student 1. So it meant that student 2 and student 3 were not just passively listening, they were actively listening. They had to be taking notes, they had to be monitoring student 1's output, which also motivated student 1 to give output that was more engaging, more interesting. So by giving these speaking and listening tasks a purpose, a real tangible purpose, it made it more engaging for them, and it just made it more realistic. They didn't feel like they were just talking into a void of the internet. So at the end of a task like this, speaking errors were noted by me, and then we would share them in the classroom anonymously using Google Docs or Google Slides or something like that. And students would be able to then self-correct and correct each other's errors. And it felt like students were not being targeted for making a mistake. Instead, their mistake was being anonymously shared, and the whole class understood that this was a difficult sentence to make and that this is how we can all move on together. This group of girls was studying 100% online for the entire year last year. They were also in their first year of university. Many of them had moved out of their parents' homes for the first times as well, just prior to coronavirus hitting. Often in the warm-up tasks and in the self-presentations, they would mention things about feeling lonely and feeling really isolated. I asked students, oh, what did you do today? And they were like, I didn't leave my house. I sat at my desk all day and I don't have friends. And they were vocalizing a lot of these issues, and some of them, I think, levels of depression and anxiety. So I made the warm-up activities to be asking each other how they were. I made it clear that these warm-up activities of talking to each other were to be marked, not on accuracy, but on participation. And if you could ask a fellow student something that they had brought up previously, you would kind of get a bonus mark for that participation. So for example, a student might say to another student, last week you said you were starting a new part-time job. How was your first day? So I was trying to really foster the sense of community and the sense of peers within the group. And as you can see in the photo, it meant that students were actually laughing, engaging. So in this photo that I took of the group, student 1, who was doing the presentation at that time, she was doing the 2-minute speaking, she was unable to continue on the topic for 2 minutes. So she started talking about her new boyfriend and how handsome she thought he was. And so they all were laughing, obviously, because she was just talking rubbish to try and fill up the 2 minutes. But it showed that she was really actually actively engaged in what she was saying and her classmates' response to her speaking. Okay, the third group was perhaps the most challenging of the ones that I'm going to talk about today. This was a compulsory general English course. The school went from face-to-face to online to asynchronous all in one semester. So students were a little unclear on what their role was in the classroom, how they were meant to participate. They were not sure if they were meant to show up to university that day, if they were meant to stay home and go online. It was a real mess. A class like this would normally lack in speaking skills anyway, and they were certainly lacking in motivation because it was a compulsory class. A lot of them weren't planning on using English in the future for their jobs or lives. So a lot of students doing the bare minimum and hoping to just scrape through. I made sure to convey that a lot of participation was necessary to pass this class, but that participation would be flexible. This is obviously not a photo from one of my classes. I'm not a middle-aged guy in a business suit. This is just taken from Flipgrid, but I did use Flipgrid with this class quite extensively. We used Flipgrid to connect students that were in the classroom with those that were studying online. So some of our classes, if you said, oh, my grandparents are elderly, then you were told to remain at home and study asynchronously. If you didn't have any issues, then you were told to come into the classroom. So as a teacher, you were doing simultaneously an online classroom and a face-to-face classroom at the same time. So to make those students feel like they were engaged and involved, we used Flipgrid in the classroom to pair up with someone who was online. We used it for class surveys, we used it for presentations, we used it for asking each other follow-up questions. There were students who would use translation devices and translate their answers and then just read from the translation. It was usually pretty obvious when a student was doing this due to the vocabulary they were using, due to the way that they were speaking, the way that they were like staring at their phone the entire time. So I would approach them directly, point out that what they were doing was cheating, but also direct them to where in the textbook they could find that same information. So instead of turning to Google Translate to try and say what you're trying to say, here, look at page 22. It has the vocabulary you need, and 23 has the sentence structure you need. Put them together, and then let's move forwards. If they could try again using their textbook, then I would still give them the grade for it. Their final project was to write a short script for a movie in Teams and then film it. So the movie had to be at least 7 minutes long. So it was usually a couple of different scenes to tell a story. This didn't quite evaluate real-time speaking skills, but they were scored on things like pronunciation, intonation, and correct use of communicative expressions in the dialogues between the characters. So I made it clear that in their movie, there would need, so if there was like 3 students in a group, that each student would have to have a character in the movie, and that they would have to have conversations between each other in the film. The YouTube link down the bottom there is one of the students who filmed theirs using an animation app, I think. And then they just put the characters together and then took these screenshots and then recorded their voices to tell the story. I'm 90% sure it's a ripoff of a Korean drama, but I don't really care. They made all of the dialogues themselves. They did the scripting themselves. They voiced the characters themselves. So go for it. It was great. It's a fun little video if you want to go and watch it later. At the end of the project, students were given an anonymous survey asking who in the teams did what jobs and what they learned from the project, what things were easy and what things were difficult, etc. So for example, students who were better at scripting dialogue rather than performing it were given appropriate marks and given marks in different areas so that they could showcase the skills that they did have rather than penalizing them for skills they weren't able to portray. Okay. So this is sort of a breakdown on what some of the lessons look like. Not quite a whole lesson plan, but a sort of rundown. So if you're familiar with the IELTS test, this might look familiar to you, especially the speaking part. But basically they would do a pre-Zoom task on Moodle ahead of time. They had to read an article on a topic. This one was health. Then they would do some quizzes. They would be told to find vocabulary from the reading article that they found valuable and record it and do something with it. They would be some sort of listening task. This one was a dialogue between a doctor and a patient, and they would do some IELTS type questions for that listening task. There would be some writing. So in this one, it's an opinion piece, about 150 words. But the most valuable parts were writing a mind map and drawing a flowchart. So this is the students preparing the language that they might later use for speaking, and also thinking about their own personal experiences and their own opinions and how they can present that later. We're not asking them to pre-script their answer. We're not actually telling them what the questions are going to be ahead of time, but we are giving them direction on what they need to start thinking about. So in a face-to-face classroom, this would be something like, okay, let's look at the picture. What are the people doing in the picture? What do you think the reading task is going to be about? Now let's do the reading task. It's activating that prior learning, all of that ESL jargon that we know about. Then during the speaking Zoom class, this shorter, concentrated focus time, they would be doing questions like the ones on the right. Some short part 1 questions. Part 2 is they have to, they get 1 minute to make some notes. So I would say, okay, here's the timer, ready, set, go. They would sit there and make some notes about this question. And then I would put them into breakout rooms to give their answers to each other. Then we'd come back to the main room, any error corrections, things like that. And some part 3 questions, which are a little bit more opinion based. Then I would send them off again to do some sort of role play or some sort of language information exchange activity. So they could then practice some of the language and some of the process they learnt from the listening task and from the flowchart that they learnt earlier. I talked about earlier about approaching speaking tasks doesn't always have to be in speaking. So speaking is about language output and it's about being timed. So this is a way to approach a speaking, quote unquote, speaking task in a non-speaking way. For example, scripting dialogues, using comics to get students to start to think, how do people ask and respond to each other? What does a dynamic in ordering food look like and how can I respond to it? On the right, we have things like a real-time chat window. So I had another student who was in a class who just through anxiety, through other issues, through technology, just wasn't able to participate in any sort of online things. But I made sure to set aside some time with them and do lots of one-to-one chat. So they're still using language in a speaking type manner, and they're still getting the language output they need. And it is timed. You can use the read logs and the timestamps to check that they are processing the information more quickly than they would be in just a writing task. Okay, some difficulties and considerations. There's a whole range of problems that can occur with digital classes, but most of them can be easily managed with clear expectations, flexibility, ongoing assessment rather than make or break tests, transparency and negotiation with marking, and pushing for student autonomy and student accountability. Access to technology is a major issue that we came up against this year, both from the teachers' end and from the students' ends. In Japan, it's not uncommon for university students to not have a computer device at home. Almost all students have a smartphone, but it's really common for students to say like, oh, I don't have a computer or a laptop in my house. A lot of universities were eventually provided funding for students to buy a sort of Chromebook or something along those lines. But it took several months for those to get in the students' houses, and we had to teach them while we were still waiting for those funds to come through. Not all students have enough budget to pay for high-speed internet. Not all students have a computer that has a camera on it. Not all teachers have all those supplies. So just being considerate and flexible with how you're approaching the lesson material, how you're approaching the lesson delivery, and how you're approaching how they're getting assessed on these things. You can have the most motivated student with great speaking skills, but if you're only going to allow them to participate via a Zoom link, then they're not going to be able to participate in everything, or not all of the students are going to be able to participate. There are issues of disengagement. Students often become particularly in other university classes, students are expected to be this sort of passive recipient of knowledge. Then they come to an English classroom and we're telling them to be active and to produce rather than receive. So we have the mic off student, the student is always on mute, the I don't know student. But by creating these social interactions, both teacher to student and student to student, they develop this sort of social accountability that if you're paired up with someone who always has their mic on mute, then you're going to be responsible for their answers as well as their own. And it also means that students who might feel uncomfortable, they might say they don't know the answer because they don't feel comfortable speaking up in a classroom. Or else if you give them a one-to-one with a peer opportunity to produce that language, they can be more likely to then approach it a little bit more slowly than maybe you would want them to, but they are producing something. So you are moving forward with that student rather than just saying, you don't have the capabilities, you don't have the know-how, you fail. It's very easy for online environments to become less human. Like I said before, bringing those genuine social interactions between students can build up a more social environment. This also means things like if an Amazon delivery comes in the middle of your Zoom class, maybe open your box on screen and share with your students what just got delivered. Mistakes have been made throughout this year. Things have gone wrong again and again. But showing students that it's okay to have these setbacks and just to keep rolling with it will then encourage them to do the same when they have the similar setbacks in their lessons. And just demonstrating that English is a way for students to engage with the world and to share things about themselves rather than just this checklist they have to tick off to pass a course is really valuable, I think. Okay, so what does this mean for learner assessment? There are certainly major differences between learning speaking online and learning speaking in a classroom. But I don't think all of these differences are negatives. Students can work on sub-skills independently. Students who may have been held back due to performance anxiety can demonstrate language skills in other ways. Students can get the pace and the repetition they feel they need before moving on and aren't forced to keep up with a classroom that might be too difficult for them. All of these things should be considered when assessing these students speaking too. Is your speaking task reflective of how a student would need to use English in the future? How much do you value performance in one exam versus consistent effort throughout many projects? How much weight are you giving to students who can produce a boxed answer over a student who is taking a bit more time but having a more genuine response? What's the balance between accuracy and fluency in your assessments? Speaking skills are not completely isolated from listening, reading, and writing skills. So how can we engage those other skills to help with speaking? I don't have an answer for these questions, but I think taking them into consideration can help you build a more successful digital classroom. Okay, so I'm going to give some time for any questions that you have for me. And then in the spirit of active learning, I would like you to go into breakout rooms of 2 or 3 people. I'm not sure, whoops. I'm not sure exactly how many people we have in here at the moment, but we'll do a little group activity if that's possible. But before we go into
that happen.
Yeah. Before we do that, if anyone has any questions for me, this would be a great time.
Can you copy and paste the questions into the chat?
Yes, yes, I can.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 people,
9.
so 9. So we
Including
do
you.
3 groups of 3.
Sure.
Okay. So in the breakout room, before we go off, I want one brave person to speak up and volunteer to go first. Please introduce yourself and one of the classes that you're teaching. And I want to, in a group, sort of brainstorm how you could use that task in an online environment, how you could better integrate it into an asynchronous environment, and sort of try to evaluate one of your tasks or one of your classes through that fast, slow input-output matrix and the knowledge versus social engagement dynamic.
Well, we're going to have about 8 minutes, so I really am looking forward to that. Let's see how much we can accomplish in that window. It does serve a purpose, of course. Attendance does serve a purpose. So, but I think it could demotivate students if used incorrectly.
Does anyone have any questions now that we've all had a chance to digest those ideas? Okay. Thank you very much. I will just put my email, I guess, in the chat window, and if anyone has any questions or wants to get the presentation or get my notes, you can do so. So I'll share that.
Izzy, thank you so much. That was excellent. I really appreciate you taking the time to join us this afternoon, and I think you did a wonderful job. Really great. All right, we're going to pass the torch. Before we do, Michael and everyone involved, I would like to take a 5-minute break, okay? 5 minutes, got to use the restroom. I know Michael's suited up and ready to go, but we're going to take a 5-minute break. So please enjoy yourselves for a brief 5 minutes, and we will return. Okay, welcome back. Let's go ahead and get right to it. Mr. Michael Brandon, I believe, sir, you are up.
I thought there was a bit more to the introduction then. Anyway, yeah.
No, sorry. But I just want to make sure you're able to share your screen, whatever you need to do, and then I will pass the reins to you.
Yes, I believe I can. In fact, I'll just do that now. Yep, all good.
Go for it.
Okay, so it's kind of interesting following on from Isobel, because I think some of the points that she was highlighting throughout that presentation lead on a little bit to some of the points I'm going to talk about, or rather you are going to talk about, I hope, in this session, because this is something more of a reflection that I want the participants to be involved in. So you can see my name is Mike Brandon. I'm working at an institution in Seoul in South Korea, and I primarily teach a mixture of academic skills and also content teaching. So it's quite interesting, the experience of the past year, particularly in the delivery of skills. But it's also been a really big opportunity for me to really think about content teaching in higher education and particularly pedagogical practice. So I'm going to talk more about that and my views as we move on, because I want to get some ideas out of you guys as well. So that leads on to this, the topic that you can see, and that is, a new normal. So one thing that you've probably seen over the past year is there's been a lot of talk about, is this the new paradigm shift in higher education? Is this going to transform the way higher education operates, post-pandemic, or, is this still, just a very long firefighting process until we can return to normal, as it were? I think we're becoming closer to a reality in our general daily lives that the world in 2023 is going to look rather different to that world we left in 2019. How much is that going to affect education? Well, that's, of course, what we start needing to think about. And principally, as we are involved as educators, we should be the ones setting the agenda on this, not journalists, administrators, or public officials. I think we need to be able to vocalize what we think should happen with education. So that's what I want to look at and reflect on, and that is, what opportunities have we managed to gain over the past year? And also, if this is supposed to be a new future, then the costs should be very minimal compared to what we would have done in terms of our practice in 2019 or before. So let me start with quite a simple question. Just to point out, this is a reflective session. I'm not presenting any point of research on this particular point. Although my main research experience and background has been in educational technology. So I think I'm approaching this from a big educational tech advocate, but we'll see how this goes. So primarily though, I want you to really think about, what you've been doing. Have many of your approaches over the past year been ways to mitigate or deal with the situation, or have you embraced this as a new form of teaching, or have you just been approaching this to do your best for your students in the current situation with a thorough eye on this is only a stopgap? And these are big questions which do actually have big implications, and I think some of them have not been asked because they are questions which really put a big question mark on accreditation and just how valuable the past year of learning has actually been and what it actually means. So I'm going to actually give you a Google form link, and that's not going to be clickable for you, is it? So let me just find the chat option.
It'll be in the drop-down menu on the right.
Yes, I'm just looking for that. Got it. Okay. I apologize. My own institution was using Blackboard Collaborate until very recently, so I'm actually quite new to Zoom at present. So I'm just going to stop sharing the screen so I can just pull up my own browser there, and then I can post in that link. But I just want you to just take a minute, and I want you to give me a simple statement, which is, what is the purpose of education? So just follow that link and then just put your response in, and I'm going to return to these a little bit later in the presentation. But very simply, I'd like a simple statement on that question. What is the purpose of education? What's it for? What are we doing? You know, why do we go, you know, why did we as students do all these different types of courses when we could have just trained in a particular job, or we could have just, you know, gone straight into work and learned on the job, gain work experience directly. What many entrepreneurs advocate is the only way to learn, etc. What do you think? What is that purpose of education? Why are students there, and why are we there to educate them? Okay, so I'll return to the next point once we've had a few more responses. Okay, I've got 5 responses, so that will do for now, I guess. I apologize, I've improvised a green screen behind me, but it's not really helping with the bleeding effect from the virtual background. If you're from England, I'm actually using a Subutio pitch to do this, if you're interested in how I try to achieve that. Okay, so, yeah, so, okay, I've got some of your answers, but I'm going to return to those a little bit more, although none of the responses have actually tipped what a lot of the advocates of changing education are actually saying. So that's of course interesting. So here's another thing as well. I know not everyone is, I mean, I'm in Korea. I'm not sure about everyone else. And I picked up that some of you are from a few different places. But what's actually been your experience then over this past year online? Because, you know, certainly in Korean higher education, we have Ministry of Education guidelines, which I want to talk about a little bit later. But in your context, what actually have you been told to do, and how have you responded? So within my context, it's been extremely strict. You must do this and this as a minimum, and those who fail to do so, you know, may have faced some form of, you know, discipline or reprimand for not having that work achieved. But it's quite interesting. I think another reason why I wanted to talk about this today is, were you using forms of educational technology, and to what extent? And have you been able to seamlessly move, or have you found that EdTech was actually more difficult to implement effectively when you were online, which may seem somewhat paradoxical? So let me just check if we need to. Okay, we've got 8 people, so I might put you into breakout groups to do this.
I can do that for you, Michael.
Okay, you have that magic power. Okay, so yeah, I think just 2 groups, but I just want you to share your experiences. So I'll just start right now to give you an example, and then I want you to share your experiences, and then throw some ideas back in the main room later, so we can get a bit of an idea about if there's consistency with this. Let me just start by saying one advantage of a classroom is it's to a large degree an equalizing factor. Now, there are some individual students who may disagree with that, but I think by and large, it's an equalizing factor. You are in a room, you are in a created learning space, which has been constructed by an institution, modified by an instructor, and every person in that space is experiencing it essentially in the same way. Online, that's a totally different situation, because everything from internet speed to hardware to just actual basic, you know, skills with using software skills are extremely, are not equal. So that's one of the first issues that I encountered. So in Korea, we had these MOE guidelines, which meant we either have to do, for each credit, we have 50 minutes of teaching, or we have, that can be replaced by 25 minutes of recorded teaching with a attached activity to that. So what I've been doing in my classes is putting up several hours across all the different courses, 4 or 5 hours of video a week, and then having a whole load of discussions and assignments. And here's the thing, before that, I was a big advocate, a user of EdTech. It's a bit of a silly thing to, or a pointless thing to say, but what I mean by that was, I would argue that my classroom was well augmented. It was connected to cloud documents. Students would be encouraged to use a phone in class because that's what their work would be, especially in reading classes. That's a great use for reading, journaling, pulling up their information. You can throw activities up or surveys, and a lot of different activities can be thrown out straight away, which attach and augment the classroom, I think. In a way that means that the learning environment becomes one about a social learning experience. And that's what I thought EdTech was doing. Shifting to online and having to do this, okay, you've got to prove I've done 75 minutes of content teaching, then I'm finding things are very monodirectional, and a lot of those EdTech tools are no longer augmenting. They're trying to substitute simple things that could have been vastly improved in the social learning context. So for me, I found that a lot of the EdTech tools that are out there were harder to implement online because they weren't augmenting anything. They were simply there as a substitution for something. So let Victor throw you into breakout groups, and then what have you had to do in your school? How has that compared to what you were doing before? And has that impeded or allowed you to better use educational technology?
How much time would you like for this activity?
Just 3 or 4 minutes should cover it, I think. Depends how much people are interested or engaged in it. Oh, I was also muted. Okay, so I had a chance to hear from some people in my group. From the other group, can I get someone who wants to summarize some of the common themes about what they heard? So within my group, Gerald pointed out that it's actually really kind of learned a lot of new skills and been able to substitute what's been going on in the classroom. And correct me if I'm wrong to try and quote you on this, but actually there's a lot of new opportunities from when you return to the classroom. I found that contradicted my own experience because I said I was already very much using the kind of technology in the classroom, and I found that there was a great loss from going online. So I think that might be quite an interesting thing as you go into the classroom one day in the future, that you may find that suddenly this tech is actually really good at enhancing the social learning practices that you can implement. And I think, Kara, you noted that actually you're already within an online learning environment, which is, so the actual change wasn't such a great shift in 2020, which is also quite interesting when we think about online paradigms. So in that other group then, I'm not sure how many groups that Victor made or who was in them, because I couldn't see that as I'm not the host. But if someone can just give a quick summary or feedback from those experiences.
Sure, I can do that for my group. We were in a group and we were basically discussing our contexts are Japan and Hong Kong. So we're not in Korea, so it's going to be different than any situation that you guys may have been in if you're in Korea. But for us, from the Japanese context, it seems that there wasn't that switch to an online format because of the coronavirus situation anyway, it was a very last minute switch. And that reluctance on the part of administration at the university or at the national level definitely did not lead to, it did lead to frustration on the part of teachers because that acknowledgement that they were going to go into an online format was only 2 weeks ahead of time. And in the Hong Kong format, I think that in the Hong Kong context, I think we've been sort of lucky in a way because we've been online only since November 2019. So we've had a lot of opportunity to improve, I guess, our learning and teaching methods for the online format. So it's interesting.
Okay, good.
I think in our group, we were sort of reflecting on that there's the changes between online and in person, but also there are so many different types of lessons which are asynchronous, or some students are online, some students are offline. You're having 1 week face-to-face, 1 week not face-to-face, and trying to understand how that fits within your lesson, trying to get things rolling, and how to move forwards when you have tech issues. So like internet outages or whatever, just being able to get through anything within the classroom time was often a struggle because schools were just not set up for the technology capabilities.
Right, good. So some of these different experiences highlight one of the main issues that are going to happen within education going forward, and that is one of the value of education. Because if students have been experiencing it in different ways, how can we have a form of, how can we recognize a qualification or accreditation from one position and then give that the equivalence from another? So that's one of the big challenges which are going to happen going forward, which raises the question that what are we doing now is it just firefighting for 1, 2, well, hopefully not 3 years, or is this actually a new normal? And what's that going to mean for the value of the paper you hold? Now, we already have existing issues in some countries where a degree is considered of higher value depending on the institution. Obviously, Korea, there's a certain set of universities which if you hold the same qualification from there as you do in another university, it's considered of greater value than another. That's one issue, but that's of course, that's a little bit aside, but certainly if we are to go more online in the future, it's going to go online inconsistently. And as some of you, listening to some of your experiences, we're facing one major big problem with how students are going to be selecting their institutions of learning in the future, and that is, where is the value going? Who is accrediting this? And actually, what does it mean to actually have a degree? Or what does it mean to have got the certification from this institution, etc.? So let me go back to sharing and okie dokie. So here's a big point. When I say did it work, I'm assuming it worked to a degree, but how satisfied were you with the past year? Now, in some ways you may think I got a lot of new skills, so I'm really happy with how the past year has gone for me, etc. And obviously that's great. In some ways, those who had degrees of barriers to using technology in the classroom, etc., well, that hopefully has been totally removed over the past year. But did you come away from the past year with the same satisfaction and with the same sense that the students were walking away from courses at the same level that they would have been just a year prior had they had face-to-face teaching? Or do you feel that the students have walked away with some sort of equivalence in the best, doing the best job that you could have done? So that's just something to think about for a moment, rather than actually, you don't need to give your outright opinion on that. But, for many teachers, at least I've found, talking to them, they've walked away from the past year with a lot of, yes, the feeling of, wow, we actually did a great job to actually do this big change. But on the other hand, a great sense of, wow, I had to remove this, take this away, adapt this, adapt that, just to make it work in an online situation, which then raises another question. what was the actual purpose of the course in the first place? And is the purpose of the course still being fulfilled with that online adaptation? So what I'm going to do then is I want to frame the rest of this conversation through, I'm going to call it an Aristotelian lens. So what this means is we're going to face two questions about education. First, purpose. So what's the actual, so I asked you this question earlier, but what's the actual point or purpose of what you're trying to achieve? And second is, of course, the question of honor. And that is what actually, when by virtues of a practice, that means that if students are doing a task or assignment or a course, what actually should be rewarded? If a student is going to walk away, achieving success from a course, what actually have they done that deserves that? Now, I think traditionally, when you analyze a university course that you may have done in the past, you may think, well, I sat through, a lot of lectures and then I did an exam. What exactly has been achieved through that from an educational standpoint? Has the course fulfilled its purpose? Well, and actually, the virtue of being able to memorize and write an exam, is that really what the university should be honoring in terms of developing young people, with certain qualifications and certification? So with this in mind, let's take a look at this isn't any course I teach, it's just kind of I created a random, let's call it a speaking course at a university. So what I want you to think about at the moment then is simply this. Now, this kind of thing I think is probably familiar to you, and I'm sure if I search English class syllabus, I'll pull up something like this quite quickly. But I think I heard Victor saying something about attendance earlier, about like, what's the point? So first, we can have questions not just about the online situation, but offline. What is the point of some of these things and why are they there in the first place? So in the question of, if we're looking at the purpose of a course, we say, it's to make our students better. Okay, so what practices, what virtue should be honored that shows they have improved in speaking? Is attending a class actually reflective of what we've intended with our course? Is passing a vocabulary quiz actually reflective of what we're trying to achieve with a class? So what I want you to think about, and it'd be nice to hear from some comments from some of you, is what is the point of some of these things on any course? What's it trying to achieve? And why do you think, or do you not think, these would take a student closer to being a more competent speaker? Because let's face it, a student can come away with a B from an English speaking class, not being able to speak much English. What does that tell you about that, that grade? I mean, should it have been honored in the first place? So let's just take a look at these. And does anyone have any ideas about why these type of things appear in different courses? And how do these different things take us closer to making students more competent in using a language? Anybody?
Maybe you could call on people.
I think through participation, that naturally helps them become more fluent. So that could possibly help with their speaking goals that they have. So therefore, we should encourage participation as much as possible, just to help them out.
Okay, good.
Personally, I wouldn't include attendance and participation as two different skills. Someone can come and sit in the back of the classroom and look at their phone the entire time and not learn a damn thing. Whereas someone might only come to every other lesson, but participate very actively in all of the activities and learn a lot more and be able to do a lot more. So I don't particularly personally include attendance as a markable part.
Okie dokie. Any other thoughts? critiques of this type of syllabus?
The test is pretty heavily weighted. I don't know if I would weight the test, depending on how you look at it. I mean, I guess, is this 100%? Let me see. It's not. It's 90. So where's the other 10%, Mr. Brandon?
Yes, that was deliberately done to make sure that you were taking notice.
All right. Well, I know in my case, I do my best to, I'm like the program I work with right now, they have a final exam after every semester, and they have 2 quarterly exams in addition to the standard course grade per quarter. So exams don't have to feature in the standard grading, which I like. I like because they do have an impact on the grade, but it doesn't necessarily, it means that we have a little more freedom with how we are assessing progress during the actual course, which is nice because then we don't have to use as many quizzes or tests during the class. We can do, you know, perhaps more student-centered activities or projects that I think allow students to engage in the material. And for language courses, having them demonstrate their skills is nice. Tests can be really difficult for students, generally speaking, and it's always difficult to measure something like speaking ability with a test. That's just my experience.
Very good. So, yeah, and I can see some of that popping up. Yep, just a comment to Nikki. Yeah, I've tried to barricade my own 4-year-old out of the room, but you know, he might burst in at any point. But yeah, yep, good. Okay. Knowledge retention being tested. Okay, so just to go back to what Victor was just talking about, yeah, I think this is a major issue in the way that when we look at university courses, sometimes you look at a syllabus and you see 100% test. And exactly what is that measuring? And by going back to this idea of the reason I wanted to use this as a lens is a test actually honors almost nothing of the practice and point of what you're trying to do with the students. It's a very different skill set, which is not actually, I would argue, really producing what you want. So for example, you know, even outside of ESL, if you did a politics course and then, you know, you managed to ace the test because you read the right books, it does not necessarily mean that you're able to have any skills or advance yourself in that content field. So certainly that's one thing I'm always very interested in. The same with quizzes. Again, what do they achieve? They kind of give us some formative data, which can be useful, but to use it as a measure of assessment, to what extent is that fulfilling your actual purpose of this course? So okay, just looking through the comments popping up too. Yep, thank you, Nikki. That's quite interesting. So let's look at it let's flip this around and actually say, imagine if someone said, this course is 100% participation. People might balk or be shocked at that idea. However, if we think about ourselves as educators and we are creating a space in which students are interacting and improving, and we do have ways of keeping them accountable through different methods or skills production, whether that be, you know, diaries or journals or, you know, even, you know, forms of writing, etc. What we might find is actually participation. The final grade you would give there might give us a more accurate picture of the better, more confident speakers, for example, rather than a speaking test could be passed by someone less competent who simply found a different set of skills that you're not actually measuring, but it's just easy to make it as a test. So this is one of the really the big questions I normally have whenever I encounter a syllabus is, what's the purpose? And can the instructor actually justify the goals of their course with the measurements that they're going to use? Actually, attendance is kind of forced upon me in my position because we always have to have it. But some students once asked, what's the point in attendance? And my reflection on that was, well, actually, in some ways, attendance is important because the instructor should be creating such a, a useful learning environment for that 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever you have with them, that it's actually valuable that they are there in the first place. Now, I'm going to ask you a question a bit later to say, was it actually worth attending your lectures when you were a university student, or could you have just read the PowerPoint? And that, of course, is going to lead on to another point I want to finish on today, is the great opportunity we have in ESL, which doesn't happen in other forms of content teaching. So, so again, you might want to think about this as a point of reflection when you go back as well. And it's also powerful. Look at your syllabus, look at how what you've put in there, and then ask yourself, does a student who comes out of a speaking test or passes a load of quizzes really well, are they really the people honoring the values I'm trying to achieve for the students learning in this course? Or perhaps we need to focus more on different elements and different measurables to get more of the purpose of what we're doing from the students. So, when we're planning a course, this is just a very simplistic way of looking at things, but I always wonder how often when a course is being planned, is any consideration ever given to the measurements in the first place? Is a course being designed from the point of, this is what I'm looking to measure, and now I build the course to fulfill those measurements? Or is a course designed under a name with some basic objectives, and then measurements are, then we look at ways to try and measure those achievements. And I think that's why we often see exam, quiz, test coming up, because it's a way of measuring, but is it actually measuring what we're trying to do with a course? Well, that's a different question. Another big one that comes out is the tracking of development. I think online does give a lot of the actual tools for this, which of course can be implemented offline as well. Sorry, I'm going back and forth here. And again, how much of your development was tracked when you were an undergrad student, whether it would be in language learning or any course that you did? Did you only get feedback when you submitted an end of semester assignment? Or were you actually being improved slowly as the course went on? And this raises another question as well. So for example, weekly assignment. Well, actually, if we are formatively improving a student in writing, then we actually might be able to get, a student might honor your class more if they've actually improved vastly from beginning to end. But how are you tracking that progress? And how often do instructors actually track the progress of the student? Or is it just instruction, assignment, assessment done? Or is there a progression to the way that assessment works? Now, again, I think we as working in ESL probably do a lot more tracking development than we may find in other fields. And then, of course, the actual enabling of learning, which I think has been one of the big tasks or real challenges we probably faced over the past year. But how actually can we get the students to learn? So this in particular was answered by the Ministry of Education in Korea, generally with a general set of guidelines for higher education institutions, which I mentioned earlier. And that is, we enable learning by putting them on Zoom for 50 minutes per credit, or having them do tasks and assignments to accompany a 25-minute content instruction video. And that is the enabling learning process. Now, if you were to be offline, is that how you would have your enabled learning process? Or would you be using something very different? Well, let's think that a little bit, because as Gerard mentioned from his point, and you may have been thinking about this, my view is one challenge of online learning is it encourages monodirectional teaching. Even in Zoom at the moment, if I was speaking in a workshop more live, I think it would have been far more socially interactive than it is now. But I find, we are in at the moment, I'm just talking at you guys. So it's really easy to casually go into a monodirectional learning point. And online, in a classroom. In a classroom, the student can look to the right or use the eye contact with the teacher to try and pause the teacher, etc. Now, I know Isobel talked quite well about establishing social cues at the beginning of a course when it's going online to enable this to happen. But which I think works to a great extent. But I think that one major issue online is it's very difficult to get away from monodirectional learning. Now, I have actually gone with the recorded or monodirectional thing as a primary way of delivering courses, primarily based on the student feedback, because they said actually when they didn't know, they could just pause. But when we did it in a Zoom live session, their name is put out there. They can get there's a lot more anxiety. They can't quickly turn to a friend and just verify or double check something. And even when we try and do some of the most basic activities on live, like a jigsaw or something like that, and there's a lot more social cues necessary. And this concept, there's an idea that, because we've grown up with, certainly I grew up with, whether it was, phones didn't come in until I was a teenager, but I grew up with Nintendo or PDAs existing and things like that. Computers in my classroom. The idea that our students are digitally native. They're on their phone all the time, so of course they can easily do these things in a classroom. Yet, in an offline classroom, our students, they've been talking, they've been interacting with their friends all their lives. Yet they don't instantly begin behaving like that in the classroom environment either. So the expectation that we can simply transfer that learning experience online, I think, is a major problem, which is why monodirectional learning is one of the major problems with online learning. And actually, one of the challenges that we as educators will face is, will there be enough jobs for us if MOOCs become a standard thing? But these are entirely monodirectional courses. So how can we activate social learning? Now, I'm just bringing this up here because one of the good things I think is flipped classrooms are brilliant. The idea of removing monodirectional teaching and putting it into online video or putting it into other methods that the students do outside of the classroom. And this is a strategy I was utilizing prior to the pandemic situation. What I find myself now is the flipped classroom has become the monodirectional point. The flipped part has become the classroom. And instead, that social learning space has been reduced to what we are going through now with the Zoom session, which to me is a great loss because I'm losing many of the socially augmented tools that I could have previously utilized. Therefore, that raises to me a big question on the purpose of education. So again, we look at this general model at Korean higher education institutions. What is the purpose of doing this? Who thought this up and why? Now, I would argue from the viewpoint is there needed to be a universal standardization of how courses were going to be delivered online. Otherwise, if these restrictions weren't in place, then a professor could throw out a load of readings and just write something each week. It would be hugely imbalanced and it would create a huge accreditation problem in Korean higher education institutions. However, is this really how we want to structure courses? It's a real test of the purpose and what is being honored by an actual course. So with that flipped classroom idea where we take the monodirectional learning outside and the individual learning is done separately to the classroom, I would argue that online learning has removed the classroom environment and simply substituted it with a more monodirectional one. Now, of course, as I've already alluded to, we can have that interaction through, the live session, etc. But these are minimum requirements repeated across all courses. So instead of finding ways to augment our students' learning and improve our students' learning and really improve the impact of being in a social setting like a classroom, instead, by actually enacting additional learning styles, we're only adding to the student burden because we now have this new minimum in terms of getting the accreditation. So for me, that is one of the major challenges here. So as I've just mentioned, if we think about our teaching, are there differences to online and offline? And why are and what are those differences and why? So if you could go back to the classroom tomorrow, what would you do differently to what you're doing now? So I think let's turn that into a three or 4 minute breakout discussion. If anyone's still awake, of course.
Sure, I got that for you.
So what would you do differently if you were to go back online from March?
Good talk in our room.
Same. It was nice chatting with Daniel in San Fran.
Oh,
Bay
nice.
Area, nice.
Okay, so I think I'll gallop towards the conclusion of this. Just a moment. Okay, I lost your faces for a moment. Okay, yeah, as I said, I just want to maybe move towards the end of this presentation or workshop, whatever it is classified as. Yep, so just one thing then about offline is I'm wondering / hoping that, yeah, if you would see a lot of different, you might take everything you've done over the past year as a learning point and find ways to implement that into your class. But, the idea of social learning, the idea that we are biological beings, etc., and we learn from, physical cues from each other. And also we can, pick up on students who are struggling within a matter of seconds if we see it live, whereas it can take weeks of data collecting and analyzing to pick up on this online. And also this idea of what is it, once we reach, I think when I talked with Victor, he said once, he used the number 12. Yet once you get over a certain limit, that loss of interactivity becomes even more of a challenge. So why does that matter to us? Well, here's just an article I pulled out of the New York Times where someone thought, I actually like teaching on Zoom. Okay, great. Many people like teaching on Zoom. So, yeah, I don't mind it, but, if I had a choice, I wouldn't necessarily use that as a first choice if I could be in a classroom. But anyway, I think there's an increasing idea that perhaps this could be the new normal. Perhaps your university professor doesn't even need to see students live. But what I noticed by just reading through this type of article was I didn't see teaching strategies or being talked about. It was more, if you're lecturing to your students and talking directly, then actually, yeah, what's the point in cramming yourself into a single room to do that? Doing it online is much better. Listening to an audiobook might be even better way of doing it. Therefore, this actually raises a question of what's the purpose of the learning space in itself? And that's where I think we as ESL teachers can actually really demonstrate the skills we have, which are perhaps unique, at least in higher education. And that is, we are skilled teachers and we make really good use of our learning space environments, which are not necessarily implemented in other parts or other domains of the university. So, quick question then, you as a student, how did you learn? When you were a student, were you really excited about these, role plays? Were there going to be debates? Were there going to be different types of seminars, cooperative learning? Were you going to become a mini teacher for 5 minutes in the classroom to different groups? Were there going to be, a lot of different skills being utilized, different ways of learning? Were you going to be, preparing, something on a cloud document before the class, which would then be shared across everyone once they reach the classroom, etc.? Or did you go there and did you just sit there and make some notes as you listen to someone talking? Now, you don't need to answer that because we're running out of time. So, but just think about that for a moment. And what makes university different to high school? Now, I found a big difference because there was a lot more there was, in some ways, responsibilities transferred almost exclusively to the student in a university, but I think that's unfair because as a teacher in your high school teachers would have seen it as their responsibility to guide you. And I find that in ESL, in higher education, a lot of the teachers feel they have responsibility to guide their students. However, is this necessarily duplicated elsewhere? Now, this is an interesting point for us going forward as teachers, because if Zoom is an adequate replacement, then of course we can begin to think about, well, we could put more students in there and make, we could reduce tuition because we can put 40 students rather than 20 into a classroom. We can improve, things that way. Therefore, this idea of the purpose and understanding what we're actually doing and understanding how we can explain it, I think, is increasingly important. And the last year has really demonstrated the value of the learning space as a necessity for the augmentation of the technology itself. And also, there are several other issues which we've seen from online learning. The main one, of course, being challenges with mental health, which of course quite serious. And again, we are social beings. If you've ever been in a lecture, in fact, think about right now, how quickly was it when, your working memory was full? 2 minutes before boredom set in, you can't really keep processing what you're listening to. We are social beings. We feel depression when we're not interacting, and we don't really learn when we're not interacting either. You'll be familiar with all of the studies and all of the strategies which involve interaction. Interaction, is it just someone talking? Or is it all of the other biological cues that you have when you're actually in the physical presence of someone, and therefore, learning can take place because it's a social practice? This is, I think, a real challenge that needs to be answered and makes a big question about are we now facing a new normal for teaching, or is this a stopgap? Or perhaps I would put it, the most positive way I would look at this has been the great training of technology skills in higher education. There's also been, this is from the US. Now, enrollment in the top universities in the US is at a record high. And that's because of the way they've changed the entrance to that. So there's a lot more applications, but a lot more universities are actually suffering. And this is also a problem. This is a different problem we have in society. In some countries, many of the institutions, it doesn't matter where you get your qualification, it's worth the same as anywhere else. But in the UK, for example, if you get an Oxford or Cambridge or London School of Economics, or you're from a red brick university, your degree is seen to be stronger. In America, they have the Ivy League. In Korea, they have Sky, etc. And this is another challenge. Online learning is turning off those lower down the social economic ladder. So we've seen college applications in America increase vastly for upper middle income, already, very wealthy students. Now is the great chance for them to get into elite universities because there's been a change in the way the application process works. But for smaller universities, they're struggling because also those of less social economic status are getting engaged. And again, this idea that just because we're around technology all the time, that makes us, we are digital experts in learning through technology by default. Well, we're not experts by learning by default through our conventional ways of speaking. So I think that's actually a non-starter. And also, education, is it just about the learning, or are there other practices taking place? Which leads me back onto this idea of the purpose of education. So I'm hoping you can see this. Since I've just share screen and I've just dragged this across, so it should function, I believe. But you can see some of the the responses we got there. And if I look at these are generally holistic responses. I think they appeal to the ideas of society, nurturing, human growth, citizenship, etc. Smarter place, we could say, is more in the cognitive domain of skills. Perhaps you could argue this one as well, but I think there's this general idea here that education is a practice about improving the next generation of citizens. We don't just go to university, we don't just get educated so we can be, a better engineer or a better diplomat or political scientist or caregiver. We do that, but we also are involved in education for a more holistic rounding of what it means to be a citizen operating in society. How can we do that when we are working in this online environment? Well, I would argue that long term, that's simply not possible, because in the long term, we don't live within those environments. We use them to augment our lives, but we don't substitute our lives, although we do during the pandemics to a greater extent, but we don't use that to substitute our lives. So why should we expect it from education? Okay, so just a few thoughts on, sorry, I'm just going to bring up my notes elsewhere here. So how did you actually yourself begin as an ELT, ESL teacher? I imagine all of you have an interesting combination of different teacher training and experiences, as well as accredited experiences, certification to say that you are, you're also skilled in ESL teaching. And this is where I find ESL can be a very unique opportunity, or a unique area for higher education. The study of ESL or EFL has often been seen as a non-discipline, I think, historically in higher education. Yet, where else in higher education do you combine scholarly knowledge with pedagogical knowledge? And here is, I think, a great opportunity for ESL teachers to step forward and actually drive forward the new paradigm of teaching by demonstrating the importance of the learning space and also the accountability of the tools which are used to measure students within those spaces. Okay, and again, I've talked about accreditation earlier. We have these ideas of some courses have more work than others, some courses are more demanding. This was an issue not online, but also offline, and one that needs serious address, I think, in higher education. I would argue that the burdens of online education in some ways move us into a point that, we may end up demanding too much from students because we have to repeat so many of the same ways of learning, because I would argue we are somewhat more limited. And then we have this other, so we say, threat to our position, and that is profession. And that is, this idea that there are alternative bodies which are going to give themselves the status of accreditation, or rather, the idea that Google could say, okay, we've made a certificate, it's very cheap, online, very convenient, and yes, by all means, you'll get some excellent skills in there. But is this actually fulfilling the purpose of education that you've mentioned? It's entirely within that cognitive domain of skills. It is not within that affective domain, which is going to actually improve and increase the importance or power of graduates at any level of the education pyramid as good citizens. So another big part of online teaching, which has been emerging over the past 2 decades, has been the mass open online course, the MOOCs, right? So now, are they equivalent to a regular in-class course? Again, just think about this, because this is one argument of where education could go. Why do we go in to see a teacher? Why do we have a teacher when we could just have a MOOC? 600 students, we can get that certificate. They can learn at their own pace. They're better learners, because to do this, you have to be self-motivated, etc., etc. And again, this is a major problem, which really the idea of what's the purpose of education, what are we trying to honor with education, really needs to go back to the forefront of these discussions. We're not just here to make someone speak I need to speak better English. To speak better English, I would argue. Yes, we are, but are your lesson plans just about grammar? Or are your lesson plans integrated with ideas of culture? Maybe you integrate history or other content areas which are of interest to you, which you've then integrated into a skills course. Again, the idea that we're here to instigate better citizenship. And again, EFL has been a great area where cooperative learning has been at the forefront, and different learning strategies which can really improve social learning, and also the concepts of leadership, the concept of working together, the concepts of a good citizen. Now, I think MOOCs can be excellent as supplementing regular types of learning because they are great sources of guided knowledge. But in terms of substitution, I'll be very worried about what the purpose of education is being fulfilled if that were to replace. Again, I think we've explored this idea a lot. But these are just some questions I want to leave you on, and which are, so what are those merits that any course that you teach have? How should it be delivered? What virtue should be honored by any course which you've taught and delivered? And that asks us what the purpose of grading itself is. Is your grade an accurate and reflective measurement of the development of that individual person? Or is it more arbitrary to fit a conventional model? So, to try and wrap all that up together, is online something that we think is here to stay? Can it fulfill the purposes of education? Is it going to be a new equivalence? Will online programs have the same equivalence as offline programs? Or is this current situation a stopgap until we can return to offline teaching? I believe that particularly in the field of ESL, there is more ability for teachers there with their pedagogical and their content knowledge in the field to actually demonstrate how vital the learning space and learning environment is, and its attachment to the measurements of students and their development.
Mike, if you have your screen, if you need to share a slide, there's no slide up right now, just to let you know.
Oh, when was the slide? When did that stop?
Probably at the end of the last breakout room.
So I've been talking with no, oh my word.
I just assumed that you wanted to share your handsome visage with us all. You've done a great job iterating your point, though. But if you want to throw that up there for us to go ahead and reference for the next few minutes, I think that would be great.
Well, that's just a moment. I'm currently filled with large amounts of annoyance.
I understand that sentiment.
Where was the last breakout room? I'm going to have to...
well, we only have a few more minutes, so if you would like to slam in your point.
Yep, okay. Am I screen sharing now?
No.
What's happened there? I think... okay.
There we go.
I didn't hit the button. Great. So I really apologize for that barrage of information.
That's fine. Please don't stress too much.
We talked about this, right? Because, this is one problem with online teaching. Why did nobody say anything to me?
Isobel did in the chat, but I guess you didn't see.
No, it was covered.
I didn't know that you had a thing.
I've done that. Yeah, I know. If you full screen your PowerPoint and you see your notes, then you can't actually see the chat. Yes.
Yeah, that's
okay. I mentioned it as soon as I saw it, but I also was just paying attention to
because I had a doubt, so I was checking my phone. Like, just double checking that.
That's all right. Hey, you know what? That's
okay. I should apologize. Anyway,
we bear.
This was the article I was pointing out by saying, there's plenty of very skilled and respected professors and universities saying I like teaching on Zoom, but I would argue there's no strategy being used there. So that's why I asked this question. I wish I'd said make breakout rooms there. Yeah. So some of the issues, mental health issues and enrollment issues that have occurred online. I shared the I don't know where I put that. Yeah, I shared some of your responses, which I pointed out. These are mostly about, I think, holistic citizenship growth rather than cognitive skills development, which I think is kind of what my main point was. Yada, 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 yada. Okay, yep, this was what I was talking over. Yeah, okay, I apologize again for that absolute, for that barrage, but I hope that from this session that you've taken something away from that. I'm not going to say anymore.
I think we have, Michael, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's a great discussion. Obviously, online is the new, it's the new black, so to speak. And I mean, I think there's a lot coming in here. Isobel, is that a high five, a question, a congratulations?
Or a slap. I mean,
or a slap?
It's however you want to take it, except for question or slap. So.
All right.
Thank you. Okay.
I think that was great. If anybody has any extra questions, you can feel free to direct them to Mr. Brandon right now. Here we go. Thank you so much, Nikki. Look at that wonderful comment.
Thank you. It's reducing my, yeah.
Could I ask one question?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that the US was seeing rising numbers of university enrollment. Do you think that was because a lot of people have lost their job and so now considering going back to university? I asked because in Japan, a lot of students have been demanding refunds from their universities. They said if they're not on campus, they're not on meeting friends and making connections, that they're not getting the full value from their tuition fund, even though they are getting the course material. So do you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, actually, this is what you should have seen. Yep. So the elite universities have made their entrance easier in a way than before. So there's actually been a mass increase in enrollment in American institutions in like Ivy League, etc. But this is all coming from upper middle and basically wealthy students. Other universities in the analysis, I've seen a massive drop-off in enrollment. So some of the headlines are drop in enrollment, some of the headlines are mass increase in enrollment for 2021. And as you just mentioned, those of lower socioeconomic status, so to speak, they're applying to university a lot less in the 2021 season. And one big reasoning is, why do we go to university? How do we learn? And it's probably exactly that point. University or higher education, it's not just to pick up a bunch of skills and knowledge. It's there for a whole holistic set of experiences. And I think that could be one of the reasons why those from lower socioeconomic backgrounds have become a lot more disaffected with education, because they're the ones who've been cut off, not had the internet access, not had the tools to actually engage in online learning as effectively as others. Will that change? I strongly doubt it, because it hasn't changed. It's actually gotten worse, certainly in the Western world over the past few decades. So in all fields. So yeah, it's an excellent point as well. Yep. As I said, I did the lecturing was some of the least engaging part of university, as I recall. I learned an awful lot through all of the other opportunities that were offered. Thank you.
That was great. Thanks. And we're going to take a few minutes. Let's go ahead and take a few minutes before we come back, and I will clean up shop at the end of this wonderful series we've had so far today. Thanks everyone who's stuck around since 2:30. It has been quite the event. We will continue in, let's go ahead and take just a nice 3-minute reprieve. If you need to use the restroom, grab some water. Totally recommend doing that. And we will be right back.
I think I might be in Nikki's boat at the moment, because my son is waiting outside the door. So I'll stop my video, but I'll I was talking and I turned the mic off. I'll dip in as much as I can over the next hour.
Sure, thank you.
And a big thank you for everyone for attending and putting up with me for the last hour. I'll put my email address if you want to ask any questions or you're just interested in this topic. You're going to play that Streets of Rage-esque music again?
I'll put a different song on.
I did enjoy it. Okay, thank you very much.
And we are back. Thank you so much for everybody for attending so far. I am the host, the facilitator of Korea Tessel's MCALL-SIG, and I will be here Yes, the host with the most. Thank you so much. I know this time is not a very popular time slot. When I reached out to people to help present today and I got the schedule, the very end of the conference at right before 6 p.m. is typically one of the least attended sessions. I am aware of that and I don't mind at all. This is going to be put online for all to view from now until the end of the internet. With that in mind, I'm very excited to discuss today the topic of innovative assessment practices. And when I say innovative assessment practices, I don't necessarily mean cutting edge resources being brought into the classroom. I am going to be talking about more how we look at grading and assessment and how we can do this more effectively in our classrooms. So without further ado, let's go ahead and take a look. And if anybody could do me the favor of speaking up, perhaps if there is an issue in the chat, because I as well will not be able to see it while I am presenting. I think so.
Victor, you can present in a window if you're presenting with PowerPoint.
I can present in a window. How do I do that?
Give me a second, let me open up my PowerPoint and guide you. if you want to, but you won't be able to see your notes, I think is the only challenge.
Oh, that's true. That's not a big deal then. I'll do that.
I think it's slideshow.
Sure. I think I got it.
Yeah? Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. That's excellent.
That's
All right,
why I just
yeah, no, thank you very much. Okay, let me make sure I have the chat open. Yes, that's a separate thing, and we will move on. Okay, so let's go ahead. I don't want to dawdle too much. I know everyone's been around for quite some time, and anybody who's going to walk in, thank you so much for joining us. I would like to start my presentation with this lovely quote here. One of the important understandings that teachers need to have about each student is his or her ways of thinking. This is an Australia-based professor of education, John Hattie, and in his book, Visible Learning for Teachers. It's a fantastic quote, and I really think it suits, all of us in our situations, regardless of where we teach or what age our students are. I would like to start with a couple great questions today. The first question is, what purpose do grades and scores serve? What purpose do grades and scores serve? What is the purpose of grading and or scoring our students? Why do we do it? The next question is, are grades necessary for our students to succeed? Is grading a necessary practice? Do they have to have some sort of metric in order to be successful at learning? Does anybody want to volunteer what they think an answer might be? Perhaps, Kara, I haven't heard from you in a while.
Yeah, I was going to say for number one, I simply use grades and scores as a way to see how much students know and if I need to go back and reteach or if I can continue moving forward, or just kind of a longitudinal study. Like if a certain assignment keeps scoring really low, it's like, okay, how can I fix that to make it better or a bit more valid? Or if an assignment keeps way over scoring, it's like, is it too easy? What can I do to maybe give more challenge to the students?
Nice. Yeah, that's wonderful. You covered a lot of bases there, and I think that's a great response.
For the second question, depends what you mean by students succeeding, like succeeding in the course, succeeding at passing their certificate or whatever degree they're trying to do English as part of, or like succeed in life in the future. And I think it changes for all of those things depending on what you mean by succeed.
Okay, in what instance are grades necessary for success? What do you think, Izzy?
In what instances are grades necessary for success?
Yeah, you gave some examples, right? And you said you think the answer might change. Is one of those examples one where the grades would matter?
Yeah, for example, if you are looking at whether the class is ready to move on to the next topic, if enough students are not passing the unit that you've been doing or the thing you've been teaching, it's going to need more evaluation, more time, more review. It could say whether they're ready to go on to the second year of study in the course they're doing. It could say whether they are well equipped enough to go on to a future job, which they might need that certificate for.
Sure, those are all great examples. Thank you. Right, we see this come into play a lot, where we're looking at grading practices and scoring. And I really want to talk today, and thank you for your contributions, Karen, Izzy, thank you. I'm going to start off with an example looking at numbers specifically. I know a lot of us work at places that emphasize numbers. Reese, is that a hand up? Did you want to volunteer? Or just saying hi? Okay. All right, so I wanted to take a look at this lovely graphic I put together here. It's talking about looking at grades from a mathematical perspective. Now, I have 7 different student examples, and I'm going to go through them a little quickly. And I would like you to pay close attention to 3 different methods to take a look at their scores over the course of 5 units to determine their final score. The first student struggled early, but continued to work hard, improved in each unit, and did excellently by unit 5. The second student started off strong, but lost motivation and declined steadily over the course of the class. The third student, student number 3, performed steadily throughout the grading period, all near the B and C range. You can see all of their 5 scores are very close to each other. Student number 4 failed the first 2 units with scores of 49 out of 100, but buckled down and performed excellently in units 3, 4, and 5. Student 5 began the grading period excellently, but lost interest and failed the last 2 units. Student 6 skipped school during the first unit with an unexcused absence, however, performed excellently when they actually attended the class. And student 7 performed excellently in the first 4 units, however, was caught cheating on the assessment for unit 5 and ended up with a 0 for that unit. If we look at these different mathematical calculations, if we only take the average score in mind, all 7 cases will end up with the same grade. And if we look at the median score, then students 4 through 7 will end up with a very high score based on that performance, but student 7 cheated on their assessment, and then they were caught cheating on their final assessment. So there's a chance that they may have been cheating up until then that maybe weren't caught, for example. You might consider that. And also student 5 performed poorly the last 2 units. Does that student still deserve to get an A in the class? Like a 98 even? All right, so it might be hard to argue. Student number 3, their performance is consistent throughout the rest of this, but these other students, if we look at the last unit of calculating grades, it's deleting the lowest score from their tally. Again, student 7 has an infraction based on their on cheating, and that would not take that into consideration. However, it might benefit student 6 that was not there that first unit, but still obviously showed they're an excellent student to show up. My point of this statement is it's averaging scores is not necessarily a good grading practice, even though it's a really easy way for teachers to meet standard requirements. It doesn't really result in fairer or objective grading. And it's not an accurate reflection of student achievement. So Again, I'm going to start off, I'm going to reiterate with some examples of questionable teaching practices and alternatives we can do to really meet our students' needs and be better educators. Some alternatives to averaging grades would be to give priority to the most recent evidence. We can look at content mastery based on how well students have performed towards the end of the course. And really, if they can demonstrate the skills and knowledge that we are trying to help them reach before the end, isn't that enough to base their whole grade on? Well, I would argue yes. We should also give priority to the most comprehensive evidence. We can see, as far as their ability to perform and get a grasp on as much of the content as possible towards the end, that would mean their functional ability towards the end of the course would mean more than how well they started the course in the beginning. And we should give priority to evidence related to the most important learning goals and standards that we have established from the beginning of the class. The next the next questions I wanted to ask everybody was, number one, do you allow students to resubmit assignments? Just go ahead and put a yes in the chat or a no in the chat. Do you allow students to resubmit their assignments? Okay, good. It depends. Depends on the assignment. This is good. This is great. I would allow it, I think, from Ray. Thank you. All right. Okay. I have another question for you. I would like you to just keep this fresh in your mind because we're going to discuss this. Do you accept late work? If you do accept late work, is there a penalty? And how severe is the penalty for the late work? For example, I know standard teaching practice where at one of the universities I've worked at was to reduce an assignment by a grade of, a letter grade essentially, by 10% for each day that it was late. I'm not certain, where, so there we go. Lisa says -1 point per week, okay. Does anybody, is there anyone right now participating that does not accept late work? It works late, it's a 0. I do know I've worked with people with that practice before. Okay, see, thank you, Jocelyn. 20% per day, there you go. With notification, students informed from the start. That's very, very important. We want to make sure no surprises, hopefully, for our students. Question number 3. This is a little bit more difficult, perhaps. Have you ever had to take points off a student's score due to poor behavior? Have you ever looked at their classroom behavior and that led you to reducing their score in class? Plagiarism, I would say I'm less looking at that rule. I'm less thinking of rules based on institutional practices. For example, plagiarism is kind of a standard practice. I'm more considering, for example, they argued with another student in class, or they had, an issue that is non-academic related. You could even consider, just essentially having a bad attitude might be something you would consider a behavioral issue. Here we go. I like Kara's. Here we go. No, I've had some awful students, but their behavior does not affect their understanding of the material. Okay, never scores and performance to 2 different issues. No. It might relate to attendance and participation. That's a very solid point. Valid too. All right. Great. Thanks so much for participating so far. I love the chat. And I would like to discuss first the questionable practice of zeros related to late work. Giving zeros for missed work. Okay, giving zeros for missed work. it really just accomplishes the goal of demotivating our students. Technical difficulties don't worry Reese. Reese says yes. Assignments are linked to performance in class. That's fair. And I know some of these words, we might have different understandings of what I mean by behavioral practice and performance, but I really think I'm going to butcher your name here. Vutin, sorry. But I think that was a great response. I liked. Okay, so giving zeros again, it's not necessarily a good teaching practice to implement in class. Doing it for missed work or work turned in late is very easy. Again, it's easy to ensure that students are doing poorly enough if we have to hit these average grade book quotas in our universities. I know I had to. I don't like bell curves, so it's a really easy way to sort of ensure that enough students are performing poorly to reach those quotas. However, it's not a good teaching practice. It actually just demotivates them. Many students have a bad enough time. It's a global pandemic, for example. A lot of them have been dealing with, in worst case scenario, someone in their family may have suffered and actually died from things. And if we want to kind of keep that in mind, I know allowing students to turn in work they might need some more time with is a really great practice, generally speaking, overall. And research has shown we don't want to do much to demotivate them. And if they turn it in late and they're still able to reach those goals of content mastery that we established at the beginning of the course, there isn't a lot of good reason to not allow this. Okay. I like Jocelyn chiming in here though, saying developing time management is important. Is that a learning goal I want to establish? Is that a learning goal? So if that is part of the goals you set out and establish for your students at the beginning of the class, yes, standardized teaching practices are great. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. However, a better practice would be, the thing with not allowing late work is it doesn't have a positive impact on content or skill mastery. That's really the point I'm making here. A better practice would be to allow for students to resubmit their work. They will not lose interest after the initial assessment. More often than not, a student gets a 0 on a quiz. They're like, all right, I'm done. I'm never going to go back and read that part of the textbook. I'm not going to go back and cover that material. Why would I? I already have a 0. It's just a waste of my time. Well, if they have the time to go back and go through the material and master it at their own pace, they won't be as disengaged from it based on their performance on some of these assessments. So remember, the ultimate goal is really mastery of the content and the skills. It's not the pace at which we accomplish that content and skill mastery. Here are some alternative practices that I recommend. I recommend, first off, assigning an I or an incomplete score. Instead of putting a 0 in your gradebook, if you put a late work as incomplete, then it's a nice placeholder for students who need to resubmit their work. They can see, hey, oh yeah, this can impact your grade. It is a 0, but you can see here, as opposed to a 0, it's missing. And if we indicate that, it's a way to show students this is important. And at the end of the day, at the end of the semester, it will have an impact on you. But it's not necessarily just a 0 here. You haven't failed because you haven't attempted it yet. So it's kind of a visual trick. It's a bit of a trick, a play for the students to encourage them to still do that work, even though it might be a day, a week, maybe even a month after the fact. We can also update our grading scales. Instead of giving students percentages, simple integers for grades such as 1, 2, 3, and 4 related to score performance is usually better. Because if a student comes out and they get like a 30 out of 100 and they see, wow, I got 30 out of 100, I missed 70%. That's so much I have to make up for. But if they get like a 1 out of 4, again, it's that mental trick there. It's like, well, I'm only 3 points away from a full score. I can just go back and make that up. And it's not as demotivating to students. Again, here's another point I wanted to touch on is having behavior impacting grades in your classrooms. I have some diligent students, Lisa says. You would be surprised when I allow students to go back and make up their work, more often than not, students who do not have problematic issues outside of the classroom, outside of generally attending class, I have students, it's true. I have students who will, towards the end of the semester, towards the end of the quarter, they will go back and I will tell them, listen to me. And it takes diligence on my part as well. And I will say, you know, you are missing some of these assignments, but that doesn't mean you're out. You're not down for the count. You have a chance to do them. If you do them, I will regrade it. You can resubmit it and you will have that score on your report card. Right now, I primarily work with high school students. High school is not an easy time for anybody. Like I don't, and right now, the way things are in the world, I don't want to be, I don't want to feel like there's anything about how I engage with the students that further detracts from the learning experience any more so than they've already had to deal with. How many of our students had to deal with teacher changes, family crises, inability to function and meet with their friends? There's a lot going on here. And these are research-backed practices that I think are easy enough to implement if we remember our goal. And our goal as educators is our students' performance, meeting those content and mastery and skill mastery objectives. It is not have kids come to class on time. So I would like to talk very quickly about behavior impacting grades. It didn't look like this was a major issue for people attending right now. That's wonderful. However, it can be an issue, and I know more often than not, if a student is problematic in a classroom, they typically suffer in the grade books. It goes hand in hand. If that is because they are underperforming, fantastic. There's nothing we can do. There's nothing more we can do as teachers to really motivate them. We can't slam the pen in their hand and make them right, you know, so to speak. However, we should do our best to separate, again, separate that the process in the classroom to the product of their skill mastery. Okay, separating the process from the product and the progress. We should be looking at how well they have improved over the course of their time in our class, as opposed to, you know, how well they interact with us as a person or other students in the class. You have students that have difficulty engaging with other learners. They don't do well in group projects, for example. But if they're reaching our content and skill mastery objectives, that comes first. And again, that's something that we do have to, you know, adjudicate, excuse me. That is sometimes our job as teachers. And hopefully you have a nice support network to help you if you do have issues with students, so that it doesn't just fall on your head, your shoulders alone, I should say. Obviously, some issues such as suspension will impact grades based on school policy, but we should do our best to not allow that to interfere with the actual learning process as much as possible. There are so many methods of assessment. I'm going to talk about assessment now more so. I did want to talk about grades starting off because they go hand in hand. So many assessment methods and metrics. We all know about these. We all implement different things in our classrooms. I want to take a step back though and take a look at what is the overall purpose of grading and assessment. What are we doing here? Why do we do what we're doing? Well, first off, we need to communicate the achievement status of students to their parents and others. Grading and assessment provides information for student self-evaluation as well. It's important for students to be able to see some sort of metric to say, oh yeah, I'm not quite there, or I'm really glad I'm doing well here, or I've improved so much at this particular skill. It allows educators and administration to select, identify, or group students for certain educational programs based on overperformance, underperformance, standard performance. It also provides incentives for students to learn. You know, I don't know about you, but I always loved getting an A when I was in school. It didn't happen as often as perhaps I wish it would have, but it really felt good when it did happen. Grading and assessing also allows us to document student performance. This is important to evaluate as many of us have mentioned, the effectiveness of our instructional programs. And also it gives us evidence and liability when we have to take a look at students' lack of effort, when we're going to report something to parents, when we do have issues with things, we can go in armed as educators and say, look, I've done A, B, and C. I give so much time to students for this. And you know, little Jimmy has still, I'm having some trouble here, you know, Mrs. Lee, and I'm glad that we can finally talk about it. And I have the proof here to kind of show you what we can work on to help Jimmy do better over the course of hopefully next semester. One of the best things that I think we can all do, if we haven't done it so far, is establishing standards-based assessment in your classes. Before you get into the classroom, I think, again, I'm saying innovative when I threw this title together. It is innovative because so many people still fail to do this. Start off by identifying the major learning goals or standards in your classes that students will be expected to achieve at each grade level or in each course of study. That's step one. Number two, establish performance indicators for learning goals or standards. How will you determine your students are succeeding or failing? That's really important. Number three, we must determine graduated levels of performance, otherwise known as benchmarks, for assessing goals. Perform like a Likert scale, for example. You could say underperformed, failed, underperformed, average, succeeded, exceeded expectations. Okay, communicating to teachers' judgments, yes, of students in the learning progress and achievement in relation to the identified learning goals or standards. So standards-based assessment allows us to do all of these goals. And a really great way to do this is something called a standards-based reporting form, a reporting form. It includes the goals and outcomes of the course that we have established. You update it. You use the results, you share them with your students. If you have some time to take like some one-on-one time, hopefully you will be able to make that time. And it's a great tool, everybody, for communicating again with students, with parents, if they're a part of your life, and there's a very good chance they are. And of course, this is one that doesn't come up often enough, with other teachers. How well are they doing in my class versus how well they're doing in another class? And you can say, you know what? That student is in another student's math course, but in my course, I can't get them to say anything. In math, that teacher can't get them to shut up about math. Is the problem their speaking ability? No. Then why are they underperforming when it comes to speaking assessment in my class? You can use this to take a look at that and see again how you can look at students as individuals and address their needs. These are fantastic. They take a little bit of work to get going, but there are a lot of free examples of these sort of assessments that you can use. You can start off your course with it, set up a class, just one class day, do one-on-ones with students and set up some general evaluations. Have a folder of them or a spreadsheet full of them and kind of just make a note to update it periodically throughout the semester. It will save your life. It is a fantastic tool that I hope more people who are paying attention to this or later down the road watch this video are able to implement in their classrooms. I am also going to mention very briefly, I would like to talk about the importance of formative assessment versus summative assessment. When a chef tastes the soup, what is formative assessment? It's when the chef tastes the soup. When a customer tastes it, that is the summative assessment. Just to kind of, I think a lot of us might already know this, but again, just to kind of hammer the point in of the difference here between formative and summative assessment practices. This is wonderful evaluation specialist who created this is Michael, I want to say Scriven is his name, but I probably, again, saying his name wrong. He created the terms formative and summative assessment and this wonderful example here to kind of hammer that home. So why am I talking about this? Because I would like to ask everybody here which one they use more. Which one do you use more in your classrooms? Formative assessments or summative assessments? Formative being you're seeing how students are developing, how their progress is going. Summative being you're giving tests and end of chapter unit quizzes to kind of cut off students based on how well they've done and you're moving forward. Which one do you do more so in your classrooms? Go ahead and just type it in. Let's see what you got in the chat. Thank you so much, James. Summative from Mr. Rush. both. Kara saying a lot of concept check questions. Good. A lot of formative. Wonderful, Jocelyn. Formative for you, Izzy. That's great. Formative for me. Summative for me. Formative for summative for the students. That's good. That's good. Formative when possible. High enrollment. Oh, yes. That's a great point Mr. Brandon brings up. Formative is very difficult. That assessment I just mentioned, if you don't have a lot of time with your students, or if you have a lot of students in your classrooms, oh man, it's very difficult to implement formative assessment as much as we would like. I do not, it's an important point to keep in mind for sure. So yes, and how can we get better at formative assessment? Well, perhaps, I would love to talk about that at a later date, but I will give you some examples today to kind of move forward with if you're lucky, or if you have the opportunity, please try to implement them later down the road. I would like to, again, discuss very briefly some research-based conclusions based on assessment. Grading and grading practices, grading and reporting are not essential to the learning process. Teachers can teach without grades, contrary to popular belief, and students can and do learn without grades. Those are not a part of learning, okay? Formative assessment, however, is essential. Formative assessment is a diagnostic practice. It creates it's not only an evaluative process, but it makes us an advocate for our students. I'm sorry, it's a diagnostic process. Whereas summative assessment is an evaluative process, and it turns the teachers into the judge, the role of the judge in the classroom. So emphasizing formative assessment allows us to have a better connection with our students, have better rapport, which is not often discussed when they discuss the benefits of formative versus summative assessment. And here's a couple guidelines I'd like to put forward for better assessment practices in your classrooms in the future. Again, avoid questionable grading practices. Oh my goodness. I'm going to take a quick drink of water. I've been going straight through. Humor me, please. Okay. Quite the presentation. Okay. So step one, everybody, or my first tip I would say to walk away from this presentation with is avoid questionable grading practices if you can. Put learning goals before classroom performance. The goals should come first, okay? Oh, these are all over the place. Also, implement standard-based assessments. That's really important. Standards-based assessments are important tools for us and for our students. Grade with purpose. I outlined the purposes of grading in an earlier slide. Reference that, think about it, and keep it in mind when we are grading. We should facilitate communication between teachers, parents, and students with our grades. And grades help ensure that efforts to help students are harmonious, that we're all working together on the same page with this right goal in mind. And finally, please prioritize formative assessment over summative assessment in your classes. Be an advocate for your students, okay? I want to have that as my solid final point there. And I'm going to go ahead and discuss a couple suggested practices for your classrooms if you haven't done so already. Online discussions, they're huge. I use them all the time. They work for any level of student if they can open up a digital tool and type on a keyboard. 7 years old, it's possible. They can type a comment, right? Sure. Then allow them to look at a picture and write a comment. I would like to, again, reference this wonderful piece of information I actually gleaned from another presentation earlier in the conference. Students have a limited ability to focus during lectures. This is the amount of time they can stand based on grade level. Even adult learners, they only have about 15 to 18 minutes of cognitive processing power to sit here and listen to you talk. And I've already gone way past that. So I do apologize, but I hope that everyone's able to keep up so far. All right. And online discussions are an effective tool, both as a pre-lesson practice and a follow-up to in-class discussions. They're a great standalone tool to encourage participation. Students engage better, and they are a great formative assessment tool as well. Reading comments allows us as teachers to see exactly which topics and misconceptions students might have and that we need to clarify in our classrooms. Here's a nice example I brought in from one of my own classes. You can see here I have steps established for students to do. Write about a movie you've seen. It seems like a very simple request at first. I make sure I'm very clear. These are ESL students, ELLs. They need some guiding questions to help them. Okay. And my students right now are primarily international students from China, and I also have students from other countries. So I said if they are going to choose a movie that's Chinese or non-English, then they must try to translate the title into English, post about it, share a picture and an opinion, and they have to comment on another student's post. So I have students write this out here, and Kiki later would comment on another student's post. And that means I have a student engaging on their own, and then also spending time reading authentic work that their classmates are putting up. Wonderful. And this goes to my next practice I would like to add, and I hope everyone tries this out, is giving students comments in their classes. Grades with comments are better than grades alone. They just are. They are. It's established since 1958. 1958 is when this fact was established. Adding comments to your grades allows students to more effectively process the assessment and the grade they're given, and allows them to engage better in your classes moving forward. Okay, you could have a standard comment. That's fine. Like, you could just steal this right now, everybody. Please steal it. If they get an A, say excellent, keep it up. They get an F, let's raise the grade. We're being positive, even though they have low scores. These are great. These are really important. And I hope that you find some practices that you appreciate and hope to use again in your classes in the future. I want to end on that same quote I started off my presentation with. One of the important understandings that teachers need to have about each student is his or her ways of thinking. Hopefully you were able to get something from my presentation that helps you to move forward and have a better understanding of your students' ways of thinking through assessment practices and improve your own grading practices in the future. Thank you very much. I have some Q&A time, or it's break time. If you have some questions though, I'm here. Please throw them my way. Love the hands. That's beautiful too. I really appreciate everyone attending so far today. It was quite an excellent session altogether, facilitating the MCALL-SIG's series of presentations. Thank you so much for attending for that duration. Izzy and Lisa and Michael for showing up when he could. I do appreciate that. And Caro, I believe, has been here the whole time as well. Thank you.
Hey, Victor, I have a question about cooperation. I just got out of the PAC meeting, the Pan-Asian Consortium. So not only with the PAC organization partners, but other international language associations. What do you see being some of the similarities, and how is there some cross connections and with those other organizations? And has that one, are you involved in a bit of that, and has that, it seems like it would increase with COVID in this last year or whatnot, but has that happened, and do we foresee that happening even more into the future?
100%. Izzy and Lisa are both representatives of JALT with us today, which is fantastic. Love having them here. And I think hands down, you know, us being more connected as educators allows us to establish better connections online. I think that if you want to put together, if it was possible, we could use tools. I know Facebook is a little, I don't know if it's the best resource anymore for creating these networks. Something like Discord with a little bit better moderation and no ads, for example, to detract from, you know, the overall purpose of the medium might be a great way for us moving forward to establish better connections. with each other. I think I went to the Thai TESOL the Thai TESOL what was it? It was their international conference, and I believe that was their 40th anniversary, which was amazing. And that was a couple of years back, and it was fantastic. The greatest thing about being there was meeting educators from all over the world that had the same issues and were dealing with the same struggles. And it was great talking to people and thinking, wow, we think we have very unique situations until we start to interact with people from all over. And we realize we have the same goals in mind. And if possible, working together to accomplish those would make it a lot easier for all of us.
Thanks.
Sure. Great question. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to open the door for one more minute. Then we just get out of here, Oh man, it's been a great conference though. I've really appreciated being able to be online. Like Mike here, I know I'm in the same boat in that I have children. I have my daughter. I have a family. It's not always easy for me to say, I need to take a weekend. I'm going to go hang out in Seoul and I will see you Sunday night. That doesn't always work for everybody. So I think that's a great, one of the advantages to having an online conference.
Agreed.
Yeah, right? It's wonderful. I'm fortunate enough to have like a home office sort of setup. So I know, however, you can have green screens, fake backgrounds, whatever you need,
I tried doing mine without a green screen, and this is what I end up having. So I feel a little blotchy, and so
you look like you have some kind of like you're like some supernatural being joining us right now.
There's other version of it where my eyes end up.
Well, maybe we'll have a workshop next time on green screen alternatives on a budget and see what we can do.
I found that one of the talks I was talking about earlier about like integrating students in a very real and social way. It's like I purposely have not been using backgrounds in mine, and like my students can see this is my bed and they can see my dog jumping on my bed, and it makes them feel a lot more socially connected. And it means that I can see things like, oh, I can see you've got like a Doraemon backpack in the background, and like it's a way to engage students socially between each other.
That's great. Yeah, the inclusion I think that's a valid point. Again, it's hard. We want to be able to humanize the situation as much as possible, given the context and the inability to interact with each other face to face as much as we could previously.
I wonder if you could always just start off the class with a session of logging in with your phone and kind of walk into class and do a pratfall or something like that, and then gee, I gotta call the 119 for you or something.
Oh, that's
kids.
I like
you need some real life usage of.
I'm gonna table that. I'm gonna use that later. That's good. Izzy, I think Lisa asked which level you currently teach.
We're on break at the moment, so I'm not starting until April. But 2020, I taught at a technical college and a private language school, which was entirely adults besides one teenager, and 3 universities. And this coming year, I'll be doing 4 different universities, and they're all sort of level-wise, they're between like an A2 and a B1 for the coming year, or B high sort of B1. Last year, 2020 was like A1 to like a C1. So all of them.
Yeah, really love it. Where in Japan are you based?
In Osaka.
Osaka. I'm down south in Fukuoka.
Oh, nice.
Warmer weather.
Yes, especially recently.
Sorry, Victor, I don't want to overshadow your Q&A part, but thank you so much, Isobel. I was really curious as to what level you were at because you mentioned being online. I was just curious. Thanks.
Yeah, I think something we have also talked about a little bit is that like there are very, very different ways to connect with students at different ages and different levels online, and the types of lessons and the tools that you use are vastly, vastly different across all those different ability and maturity levels.
Definitely. This is wonderful. And one of the functions I would like to invite everybody, we're all invited to her place. Ooh, well, you know, when things die down, I don't mind. I do love physical meetups. It's gonna go. But for as far as online meetups go, I have to do my diligence, everyone. Sorry. I must go ahead and close the session. If you would like to continue conversing with each other, the conference Discord is available for you. And to please join there and meet up if you would like to share any resources with each other. Jocelyn, thank you so much. It was a pleasure, everyone who joined us today. Feel free to shoot me a line anytime. Here's my personal email. And I'm also, yeah, Izzy, I will make sure you get a link for that. If somebody else here can't do that for you. And thank you so much for attending. We have a wonderful rest of the evening and best of luck with this upcoming school year. I'm sure we'll see each other again sometime in the next few months if you're active, as I will do my best to be in your academic communities. Have a wonderful night. Goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye.